Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Virginia City Council Chambers. This is a regularly scheduled City Council meeting. We'll call this meeting to order. Today's date is Tuesday, September 26, 2023. The time is 5:30 p.m. Thank you, everybody who's coming in the audience today, and those who are listening on the cable access at home. We have a full agenda today, and so we're going to be beginning our regular agenda, as we always do and accomplish during the course of our City Council meeting. Pam, would you please take the roll call?
Motley,
Here.
Friedlieb,
Here.
Paulson,
Present.
Beyondich,
Present.
Johnson,
Here.
Baranzelli, Huffy.
Present. Would everyone please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, before we move to item 4, which is the public forum, I'd like to read a little statement on the agenda, on one of the agenda items that we're going to be discussing at length today. One purpose of this meeting is to set a preliminary general budget levy. The levy, which is increased in dollars, is required by law to be submitted to St. Louis County no later than September 30th, 2023. The goal and objective are to set baseline for the City Council, staff, and citizens to work from a budget levy, preliminary levy, in order to set a general fund levy by December 31st, 2023, without tapping into our budget reserves or our investments. Later on in the agenda, we'll be setting the Truth and Taxation meeting where we've set the final levy, and that's going to be scheduled for 6:01 p.m. on Tuesday, December 12th, with finalized levy has to be submitted by December the 28th. At the last meeting of the City Council, a motion was proffered and approved to direct staff to provide budget worksheets for 10%, 12%, 15%, and 20% preliminary levy with the expenses and guaranteed revenue streams currently available. We are providing the general public with these percentages at this meeting. The discussion will take place under item R of the Committee of the Whole reports later on in the agenda. At the last meeting, a motion was made, but did not pass, to set the preliminary levy at 20%. If a preliminary levy is not approved by September 30th, and this is our last opportunity to do that today, legally, the preliminary levy will automatically be set at 0, which would be the same as last year. The general fund levy was $5,297,000. If this occurs, we will need to cut an additional $600,000 to what is listed in the 10% proposal that's being brought for you today. Once the preliminary levy is adopted, the budget work continues for the next 3 months to finalize the general budget levy and certify it on December 12th, 2023. All budget meetings in the future, as they always have been, will be posted in advance and open to the public. Included in the budget discussions will be the special revenue and enterprise funds and what adjustments need to be made to ensure viability. But that's not what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be talking about the general levy for the general budget, not the ancillary special revenue and the enterprise funds. In addition, we will review the comprehensive street and alley infrastructure improvement program that we've had for 5 years. And we also take a look at the Public Safety Center and what adjustments may have to be made in order to accommodate the budget for 2024 and the ancillary funding sources that may or may not be accessed because of that. We ask for calm and an exhibition of professional decorum from all the councilors, and please, you in the audience as well, as we present to you today. So thank you, everyone, for coming, attending the council meetings. I know there's a lot of concern and angst about what we're proposing, but this is the preliminary general fund levy, these proposals for the 10, 12, 15, and 20% levies are examples of what we may have to do in order to reach those goals, and based upon what levy we set. That doesn't necessarily mean those are going to be the adjustments are going to be made, because we have 3 months to make some adjustments moving forward and before we set the final levy. But these are just examples of what may need to be done in order to accomplish those percentages. So we'll move to item 4 on the agenda, the public forum. Now, this is an opportunity, as we always have at every council meeting, for anyone from the general public that would like to come and address the council with respect to any item that they deem important to them or their organization. So at this particular time, is there anybody from the general public who would like to address the council this evening? Okay, thank you. We'll move to item 5 on the agenda, the consent agenda. The following items will be enacted by one motion unless a councilor or a citizen of the City of Virginia requests that the item be considered separately. Item 5.1 is the approval and correction of the regular minutes of the meeting that was held on September 12th, 2023, and the special meeting of the whole that was set on September 11th, 2023. Item 5.2 is the adoption of Finance Resolution Number 23-018, the Schedule of Bills. Item 5.3, approve pay estimate number 2 for the Silver Lake improvements to Mesaba Bituminous in the amount of $77,363.25. Item 5.4 is adopt the resolution for the final pay estimate number 22 for the Miners Event and Convention Center to Carl Sanderson in the amount of $398,401.86. Item 5.5 is approve the following travel requests. 5.5A, Britt C. Bennis, our City Administrator, and Pamela Bean, our City Clerk, to attend the MCFOA Region 2 training on October 6, 2023 in Carlton, Minnesota, with a cost of $210. Item 5.5B, Officer Dan Nyland and Officer Pierce Ridson to attend the Emergency Vehicle Operations Center training of driving precision on September 27, 2023, which is required by their peace officer license in Hibbing, Minnesota, at a cost of $200 each. Item 5.6 is approve the following exempt permit applications. Item 5.6A, Seroptimus International, Virginia, to conduct a raffle on December 9th, 2023 at the Elks Lodge number 1003 in Virginia. Item 5.6B, the Iron Mining Association to conduct a raffle on December 6th, 2023 at the Iron Trail Motors Event Center. Item 5.6C, the Virginia Community Foundation to conduct a raffle on November 14th through the 19th, 2023 at the Elks Lodge in Virginia. Item 5.7, approve the 2 a.m. liquor license renewal for Flamers doing business as Flamers Incorporated. And finally, 5.8, approve the memorandum of understanding between MAPE and the City of Virginia for resolution of a MAPE grievance that was filed on August 15th, 2023. These are the consent agenda items that were offered before the council today and looking for council action.
I'll move the consent agenda.
Councilor Johnson moves to approve the consent agenda. Is there support? Support by Councilor Freelieb. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Beyondich.
Thank you. I just have one question on 5.6C.
Okay, 5.6C.
Is that something that I could recuse myself from voting on just that one item? So do I need to?
You may have to sever it
Okay, so,
unless you want to recuse on all.
no, if I could just pull that item, 5.6C.
Okay, Councilor Beyondich, we will pull 5.6C for an individual vote on that. So 5.1 through 5, 5.7 and 5.8, it has been moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries. 5.6C, approve the exempt permit application for the Virginia Community Foundation to conduct a raffle on November 14th through the 19th, 2023 at the Elks Club.
So moved.
Moved by Counselor Johnson and supported by Counselor Paulson. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 One recusal. Motion passes. Thank you. Item 6, appearances. There is no one scheduled to appear before the council today. There was a request by a representative from AFSCME to speak. Is you still your intent to do so under appearances? Pardon? You're welcome to. We have two opportunities here, the public forum and appearances. So you've sent an email requesting an appearance date to speak. So this is a time in which we give you the opportunity to do so. So if you please come forward, state your name for the record, and welcome to the City Council meeting.
Hi, my name's Amanda Metza. I'm the labor representative for AFSCME Local 454, which is the local that represents the city workers here in Virginia. I'm also a Virginia resident. Scott Duranko is the union president for Local 54, and he and I are here today to talk about the city levy proposals and the city budget. For 8 years, I've been the representative for the City of Virginia workers. During the last several years, we've had productive meetings to discuss staffing at city departments, job descriptions for AFSCME unit positions, and negotiated several contracts that have, among other things, set the rates of pay for city workers in our public works, parks, library, and city hall departments. Not all of our community members have the opportunity to see the work of the council up close the way we do. I have sat across the table from each one of you as we've bargained over wages and job descriptions. I've negotiated contracts and discussed staffing levels. I've attended countless personnel, committee of the whole, and council meetings. And I've watched you vote over and over again to support our agreements to hire new staff and to ensure that my neighbors and your constituents receive the services they expect. And yet, for the last several weeks, several members of the council have been reacting to the 2022 financial audit with shock. In this chamber, we've heard repeatedly that their budgets must be slashed. Councilor Beyondich has been out talking to citizens on North Side saying that the budget is inflated. And she's been stating openly that there are too many AFSCME employees and that they're paid too much. Councilor, I cannot find a record in the last 2 years of a job you voted against once we've reached a final agreement. In fact, just last month, you voted in favor of creating a new IT position, one that was designed to save the city money over contracted services that they currently utilize. Other councilors have openly speculated about reducing staff at the library, reducing hours at ITMEC, or even shutting the building down. We've heard opining from councilors and those that they've encouraged to come speak at meetings that the budget is too fat and spending is too high. They've said that the citizens of Virginia can't afford to increase their taxes and that these increases requested by administration are unreasonable. But I can't help but note that this conversation never includes the concept of shared sacrifice. The people who plow your streets and work your libraries are paid too much, which, by the way, is absolutely a false narrative that is not supported by any data regionally. But we have never talked about the fact that the city spends $151,000 per year on your health insurance, a benefit that very few municipal councilors receive and that no part-time AFSCME staff do. We talk about increasing department budgets, but we aren't talking about the fact that the finance director has had to increase the budget allotment for the last 2 years for the council itself, as costs have ballooned and meetings have increased as the council has inserted itself into the day-to-day operations of the city and required dozens of meetings in some cases to settle simple personnel issues. I hear very little discussion of the fact that every department covered by our contract but one has stayed within the boundaries set by this council and the boundaries of the budget you voted on. I hear very little discussion of the facts of the issues at all that matter to workers and the operations of the city. Last year, Virginia's effective levy was actually a negative 1.6%, despite the approved increase of over 4%. Municipal average increase statewide was 6.4%. And the average increase for cities with populations plus or minus 500 of Virginia's 8,300 was even higher, an average of 10%. Why is Virginia the exception to these increases? We understand that the community would react to a large proposed increase all at once, but they're the result of the council's inaction on this issue for decades. While neighboring communities have effective levy rates of 18 to 35%, Virginia's is only 4.5%. It simply hasn't kept pace with the budget required to provide basic services, policing, fire, ambulance, and snow plowing, to say nothing of the other services that are required to build a community that people want to live in. But instead of setting a new maximum preliminary levy, as is requested by administration and as the standard operating practice of the council, and then spending the next months up to December 31st having a discussion about whether that is appropriate or there should be some middle ground, and having a discussion about what kind of future we want for our city and what kind of services we need, the council has made it clear that they are only going to react to feelings and to a sentiment that citizens don't want to pay more, that the council won't support more. We've heard attempts to blame labor for the budget woes of the city and for a lack of planning on the part of the council. There is no one to blame. There's no purpose in reactivity. There is only a conversation about services and needs and what the shared sacrifice of the council would be with its staff and its residents. You have a duty to set a levy that is reasonable and to create a budget that does not jeopardize core services or the ability of your enterprise funds like ITMEC to continue to build and to continue to bring in increased revenue. As a union, we encourage you to stop reacting to feeling and to set a reasonable levy that supports the budget necessary for the city to operate. We assert our right to bargain over any layoffs or reductions in staff that may result from your actions, and we are prepared to enforce our contract, which Scott can talk briefly about now.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you. Mr.
How's it
Duranko?
going? Yes, I want to talk about the contract a little bit, because if there's a reduction in staff, we all know what's going to suffer. It's going to come down to the community. One way or another, somebody is going to pay for it. We all know that. To the remark that I've understood that we have too many employees, I don't believe that, because we've talked about this amongst ourselves where we have asked to add employees, and we've all agreed to this. You know what I mean, to a point, but we understand what's going on. But with the ITMEC right now, you have a beautiful building, and what was on a projected pace of 5 years that we were supposed to be out of trouble in this, right? Why are we doing this at 2? I just don't understand that. And your basic deals that come down if you cut staff, if you don't set the levy high enough to where we can let's work on it, like Amanda said. Let's set the levy up high enough, and then let's work on it to get it down before we start going crazy about everything at this particular point. Because if you start cutting staff now or any time else, it's gonna affect your tree trimming, it's gonna affect your outdoor rinks, it's gonna affect your golf course, it's gonna affect your tennis for all, it's gonna affect everything in the community, unfortunately. So all we ask is to please work with us and with the citizens to get this done correctly. That's all we ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duranko. Did you schedule an appearance today? Come on up. Please state your name for the record and welcome to the City Council meeting.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Michelle Morrison, and I am the Tournament Director for the Rockridge Youth Hockey Association. I'm speaking on behalf of Rockridge Youth Hockey Association to emphasize the critical role that the staff at the Iron Trail Motors Event Center plays in our community and the success of the events that we host. The Iron Trail Motors Event Center has become a focal point of our community, and it's a top-notch facility, and it's instrumental in our ability to host a multitude of local hockey events throughout the year. The center has become a symbol of pride in our community. One of the cornerstones of the ability to host successful hockey tournaments at this facility is the dedicated staff who work tirelessly and endless to ensure a smooth operation. Having a significant number of staff members is crucial for our events. Ice maintenance, the Zamboni, the quality of ice surface is paramount to the safety and performance of our athletes. The staff responsibility for ice maintenance ensures that the rink is in pristine condition for every event, contributing to our overall success of our tournaments and local games and/or practices. Facility cleanliness. We constantly receive positive feedback about the cleanliness of the Iron Trail Motors Event Center. This is a testament of the hardworking staff members who take pride in keeping the facility clean, including the restrooms, locker rooms, and keeping the sidewalks and parking lots cleared. A clean and well-maintained environment enhances the overall experience for all participants and attendees. Hosting Rock Ridge Youth Hockey Association tournaments at the Iron Trail Motors Event Center brings in approximately 700 people per tournament, staying at our local hotels, dining at our restaurants, and shopping in our community. The economy boost not only benefits local businesses, but it also helps create a vibrant and thriving community. We currently also have roughly 303 players registered for youth hockey this year. This number does not include any junior gold players or high school players. The number of player registrants continue to grow each year. In conclusion, I encourage you to recognize the incredible role that the Iron Trail Motors Event Center and its staff play in our community. The center is not just a place for hockey, it's a hub for local economic growth, community pride, youth development. Reducing the number of staff would compromise our ability to host successful tournaments and in turn hinder our ability to positively contribute to our local economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item number 7 on the agenda, which is unfinished business. Item 7.1 is the clinic lease. This is ongoing part of our discussion items, our unfinished business. There's a lease that Essentia Health, for edification of all of you, Essentia Health has leases the clinic from the city of Virginia. We own the building, and they lease it from us, and the lease continues to be moving forward. I think it expires in 2025, and we're sitting on ongoing negotiations about some upgrades to that, and based upon some settlement money that we have sitting in a coffer, and looking for maybe for Essentia Health to take over the clinic and the building itself. So that's part of this lease discussion. Do we have any other information to date? Colleen, our attorney of record from the Trenti Law Firm, anything?
I spoke to Brian Lindsay, the main attorney on this issue, Mayor, and he didn't have any new information to report. He continues to have productive discussions with the attorney for Essentia Health, and I know he's working with the city administrator as well on a few issues.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the council? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item number 8, discussion items. Item 8.1, approve the second reading of the ordinance for Chapter 6, Section 6.33, Subdivision 1 of the City Code entitled Tobacco. This is the second reading of the ordinance, which is moved for approval at the Committee of the Whole level.
I'll move the second reading.
Councilor Johnson moves to approve the second reading of the ordinance of Chapter 6 regarding tobacco. Is there support? Support. Support by Councilor Motley. Is there any further discussion? Upon adoption after the second reading, it takes effect 15 days prior when that tobacco ordinance goes into effect. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 8.2 is appoint Roger Hoffman to the Planning and Zoning Commission for the remainder of the 3-year term ending January 31st, 2026.
Move to approve.
Councilor Paulson moves to approve, and seconded by Councilor Motley. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 8.3 is adopt a resolution to apply for and accept funds from the IRRB Residential Redevelopment Grant Program. Move to approve by Councilor Freely, supported by
Or
Councilor Johnson. Is there any further discussion?
Quick ask,
Yes, Councilor Freely.
is this a match requirement for a grant such as this? And what would that amount be compared to what we're seeking?
This is actually, and I don't know if Jenny's got more information. Jenny, did you want to talk about it, or? Okay. This is actually a private party that came to the city. They want to tear their garage down, and to access IRRB grants, the city has to apply on their behalf. So the private party is responsible for the entire match. We're just acting as a pass-through for the IRRB funds to help them get the garage torn down.
Anything further, Jenny? Okay, thank you. It has been moved and approved. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries. Item 8.4, appoint attendees for the Coalition of Greater Minnesota Cities Iron Range Fall Forum on October 12, 2023. And where is that located, Britt?
Going to be at the City of Evelyn Auditorium, and you and I were both invited. I'm not going to be here that day, so they did ask that I ask somebody else from the council to sit in my spot.
Certainly. Okay, and that's scheduled for October,
October 12th, from 5 PM to 7:30 PM, dinner's at 5:30. It's a meeting with the senators and legislators from the area regarding any local issues we have concerning the legislature and anything we want them to focus on the next year or two.
right? And is there a cost for this?
So it is sponsored by the Coalition of Greater Minnesota Cities, so it's free.
Yep. So if anybody is interested in going, please let Britt or Pam know. If not, I will volunteer to attend that legislative conference. So, but if someone else wants to go, please let her know. If not, I will be happy to attend. Okay, thank you. Item 8.5 is approve the minutes of the September 11th, 2023 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Jenny, anything from Planning and Zoning?
Thank you, Mayor. No, those were the two appeals that we talked about at the Committee of the Whole. The one that was extended for work that's continuing to be done on the property maintenance code violations, and then the other one that was a no-show for that meeting. So that one, we're still working through the compliance process.
Thank you, and those have been resolved?
We're still working through it.
Working through it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move the minutes.
Any questions? Counselor Johnson?
Move the minutes.
Counselor Johnson moves the minutes. Is there support?
Support.
By Counselor Motley. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed, motion carries. Item 8.6 is approve the submission of a letter of support for the Lyric Center to obtain some grant funding.
I will move this I am on the board, but I will move the grant funding as it's for the community.
Counselor Johnson to approve the letter of support for the Lyric to obtain some grant funding for their facility. Is there support? By Counselor Freely. Is there any further discussion? Counselor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. Since this was just added to our agenda this evening, could we have an explanation of what this is and what we're supporting, please?
Okay, thank you. Have any information? Pam? There's a letter in the packet, correct? Correct. Let's pull up that letter in the packet and provide that information. Thank you.
I received an email today from the Lyric Center, and they are trying to establish a theater with, in Minneapolis, Mixed Blood Theater, which will be here to have plays and hire people to attend and be in the play for a stage production, and they are looking for a letter of recommendation from obtaining a grant fund from Musner Foundation.
That's what I was trying to, because it's not
Musser
stated.
Foundation. It's in the letter. Musser, M-U-S-S-E-R.
Oh, Musser. Okay, thank you.
We good? It has been moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries. Move to item 9, committee reports. The committee of the whole meeting that was held on September 19th, 2023. It was a lengthy agenda that we had today, and we'll turn this portion of our city council meeting over to our city administrator, Britt C. Bennis. Britt?
Thank you. On September 19th at 9 a.m., this Committee of the Whole meeting, Dennis Hendricks and Dave Dinko from the Quad Cities ATV Trail Group were present to discuss a request for a license agreement between the City of Virginia and U.S. Steel to allow for the placement of a Quad Cities ATV trail that will head north to the existing trail, which is right by the Laurentian Divide. After discussion, it was moved and supported to direct staff to create a supplemental agreement between the city and the ATV Club and to move the real estate license agreement to this council meeting. On your desk, you'll see a copy of the supplemental agreement provided by our attorney.
Thank you. And as we look at this agreement, there's some additional language issues with respect to insurance and the ancillary responsibilities. It's my understanding that this is the trailer agreement, but additional information has to be proffered before we can finalize this agreement. Is that correct,
Yes, Mayor,
Pam?
correct.
Okay, could you give us a quick rundown?
I asked James Podpesker regarding the initial agreement with U.S. Steel because limits are that we can have with our League of Minnesota Cities are $2 million with a $1 million additional rider. So they are looking for $5 to $7 million, and he did get back to me. That additional increase would cost $3,500, but there are still other items that U.S. Steel is requesting be on their property, and I have not heard back on the cost of those additional items that would be required for insurance purposes.
So as we look at this agreement, additional information is coming with respect to what some of the requirements U.S. Steel has and some additional costs associated with that. And historically, the city has entered in agreements with RGGS and other mining companies about accessing snowmobile trails, ATV trails, and any other trails that's on their property. And normally, the taxes and the insurance has to be borne by the city of Virginia only because the companies of record would prefer that the money be actually allocated from the city to the in this particular case, United States Steel. But then we're reimbursed by the ATV club or the snowmobile club for that. So there's no cost to the city. It's just a pass through. So if we're waiting for some additional costs associated requirements that U.S. Steel might have, and we might have to make some addendum and some changes to this lease agreement. Is that correct, Pam?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, so looking for a motion to table until additional information comes. Or not. Any questions, comments by the council? Councilor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. Could we just move, I know we went through this last meeting, could we just move it to the next committee of the whole
We
meeting?
can.
Upon receipt of that information?
We can.
That would be my motion.
A motion by Councilor Paulson to move this agreement to the next committee of whole meetings for some additional information regarding costs and associated requirements by the United States Steel. Is there support?
I'd support.
Councilor Beyondich, and is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
And Mayor, just for clarification, that's 9.1A and 9.1B?
Yes.
Thank you. Matt Reed, SCH, our engineer of record, was present to discuss the 2024 street and alley project. It was moved and supported to approve the professional services agreement for the expansion of the 2024 street alley project.
So moved.
Move to approve by Councilor Johnson. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Councilor Friedlieb. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries.
We did have discussion with Matt Reed, our engineer of record, regarding the sewer backup plan at 505 3rd Avenue North, and I'm happy to report that it has been resolved. Thus, it's not on the agenda tonight. 9.1D was the change order number 6 for the 2021 street reconstruction project from Casper Construction with no cost to the city.
So moved.
Move to approve by Councilor Friedlieb. Is there support? By Councilor Beyondich. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries.
It was moved and supported to approve the bid for Silver Lake Phase 2B, which is the floating dock project that'll go across Silver Lake, and award it to Minnesota Boardwalks of Glencoe at a cost of $988,520, and this is an LCCMR-funded project.
So moved.
Move to approve by Councilor Johnson. Is there support? By Councilor Beyondich. Is there any further discussion? Just a clarification, this is not a matching grant. This is money that was allocated through LCCMR down there for this project as an extension of our trail system. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries.
Bill Hofdahl from the Holy Spirit Church was present to discuss his request for the waiver of the permit fee for the renovations of the new Marquette School. It was moved and supported to receive and file the request for the waiver of the permit fee in the amount of $5,500.
So moved.
Moved by Counselor Motley. Is there support?
Support.
By Counselor Johnson. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
It was moved and supported to direct city staff to work with the Marquette School on developing crosswalks at their new location on West Chestnut.
Move to approve.
Moved to approve by Counselor Paulson, supported by
Support.
Counselor Motley. Further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Brian Silber, our Park and Recreation Director, was present at the meeting to discuss the rental rate increase. We did direct him at the meeting to come up with some package rentals, and Mr. Silber has completed that information.
Mayor, if I may.
Mr. Brian Silber, our Park and Rec Director, welcome to the council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. If you direct your attention to page 94 of your packet that was distributed to you on Friday, you will find the beginning of our proposal for rental packages. We have put together 7 different packages that for you to consider. They start with the Diamond package, which is a full ballroom, all bells and whistles package. That comes in right at $5,500. This would end up saving the renter some money as the value of the package, if you approve the new rental rates, would be $6,020. So there is a savings in purchasing the Diamond package. Then the Ruby package is also a full ballroom rental, but with less bells and whistles. It comes in at $4,000. Then the Emerald package, also a full ballroom rental, but with even less bells and whistles, almost no bells and whistles, comes in at $3,500. Then from our experience, there are some smaller weddings that do not require or want the full ballroom experience. So we have put together 3 other packages, our gold, our silver, and our bronze package. These are for less than full ballroom events. The gold and silver package would be 3 sections of the ballroom, which are able to accommodate around 160 guests with dance floor, bar, head tables, and all the bells and whistles. So the gold package is a less rooms, 3 sections, still with all the bells and whistles, coming in at $3,700. The silver package, still 3 sections of the ballrooms, but with less bells and whistles, coming in at $3,000. Then we are throwing out there the option for a wedding or an event on a budget, the bronze package, which would be 2 sections of our ballroom with some bells and whistles, coming in at $1,500. We are proposing that you approve those 6 packages, although if I were a betting man, I would say the bronze package will not be utilized because experience tells us that when most people come in and look at 2 sections of the ballroom, they automatically want to upgrade to 3 because it gives them more space and it is a more elegant feel. We have put together a budget package for your consideration, which would be a 0 bells and whistles, 0 staff interaction package. It is just the full ballroom, and we roll tables and chairs in there. This is the package that the council has been talking around, the idea that would have us have more of a comparison to venues such as the Curling Club and the Mountain Iron Community Center. It is not our recommendation that you approve this package for the simple reason it does not follow the business model that we have set out of providing outstanding customer service to our customers, because we are eliminating all the customer service. We're staging tables that they must set up. They must figure out how the room's laid out. And so we are reluctant to recommend that you approve that because we don't have the customer service aspect. In addition, we're reluctant to recommend that you approve that package for the fact of the liability and safety of the building. We have had the privilege to work with many customers in doing their setups, and a lot of times customers will want to hang things on the walls. Well, we are there to assist them in hanging them appropriately so that they do not damage our walls, they don't nail anything into our walls or anything to deteriorate the building any faster than normal wear and tear that we would expect. If we do not have staff working with them, it is our fear that we will see more damage to the facility. Prime example is look at any of our park buildings that are outbuildings that you have this rental where you set up yourself. We have lots of nails in different areas of the building where people have hung things. Not saying that that's the worst thing in the world, but it does detract from the building. So I'm here to answer any questions that you may have regarding these 7 packages. And again, it is staff's recommendation, and we did present these packages to the Park and Rec Commission, who said that they would support staff recommendations with these packages.
Thank you, Mr. Silber. Council? Any questions? Councilor Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Brian, and the staff for putting this together so quickly in a week. I appreciate the research that you and your staff did. I am in agreement with the 7 packages that are the 6 packages designated by jewels or heavy metals. I agree with you with the budget package. My concern is there's going to actually be extra staff work put into a budget either before or after due to cleaning and moving and that kind of stuff. So with that being said, I will move the diamond, ruby, emerald, gold, silver, and bronze package for approval at this meeting.
What about the overall rate increases?
And the proposed rate increases as presented at the council committee of the whole meeting last Tuesday.
Councilor Johnson moves to approve all the staff recommendations regarding the packages that are presented today for the Auditorium Moody's Event Center by our Park and Rec Director. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Councilor Freelieb. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Beyondich.
Thank you for doing this, Brian. And the only reason I brought that up is I was trying to be a little bit more creative on how we could use that. But with the park backing the other 6, I am completely okay with it. But I was just trying to come up with a creative way to maybe bring in. But with what has been stated here, I'm fine with what we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing that.
Our pleasure.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Councilor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Brian, for putting that together so quickly. I just have one question I want to ask, and that would be, I'm trying to read through the fine print here. I've got a split screen in this, but when will these, if approved, when will the rates be in effect, and then how will that impact anyone that already has anything booked currently?
Our proposal that you had passed at Committee of the Whole, which I'm assuming it's part of Councilor Johnson's motion, is that these are rental rates that go into effect January 1st. This gives our sales department a great sales opportunity and marketing opportunity to run a promotion of book before the rates go up for 2024. So anybody who currently has booked or books between now and December 31st will still receive the current rate structure. These rental rates would go into effect for any reservation made after January 1st.
Very good. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Paulson. Councilor Beyondich.
Thank you. And I just wanted to reiterate that when it opened there, we had the rates that each year they would be going up for 5 years, so it wasn't such a big jump for people coming into a brand-new facility. So when you see that each year we are stepping up, we're building up to that 5 year. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Beyondich. My only comment is that, any of these adjustments made, all these packages have been presented today, and there's a motion on the floor of support to approve it, that we are competitive in providing professional services at the Iron Train Memorial Event Center and competitive with those venues that compete with us outside our venue. So you've indicated that does occur. And so my question is, the rates that are proposed are within the line of, in line with
These rates,
competing with others.
these rates are still lower than our direct competitors of Giants Ridge and Fortune Bay.
Okay, thank you very much, Brian. Has been moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Brian.
I do have one more thing that was part of that letter. We do recommend also putting together an ice rental package for individuals or groups that are booking more than 10 hours of ice at a time. So that would be, Councilor Baranzelli calls me and says, I want to book an hour of ice on these 10 days. So they're doing a one-time booking of 10 or more hours, that we give them a 10% discount. So that is a staff recommendation also.
I will move that recommendation.
Councilor Johnson moves to approve the recommendation of the 10 hours of hockey, or ice time, excuse me, with the 10% discount attached to that. Is there support?
Support.
By Councilor Motley. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I guess as we move forward with our budgetary discussions for 2024, I have some correspondence and some spreadsheets from the Isaac Sports Group that I would like to be able to go through and utilize that. So I think maybe before I say yes to moving forward with this type of a rate, I think I want to go and analyze those spreadsheets and then to understand maybe some of that recommendation going forward from where they had predicted or projected. So that's kind of where I'm at. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Paulson. Question. So for an hour of ice time, what's it cost?
Today, an hour of ice, if you were to call and book an hour of ice, is $150.
Right.
The new rates that you just approved as of January 1st, that will go up to $200. For a nonprofit organization, there is a 25% discount. And if this is approved, if you're booking more than 10 hours at a time, there would be a 10% off that.
So 10%, 10 hours at $150 an hour,
Currently.
minus 10%.
As of January 1st, which is when this would go in, it would be 10 hours at $200 minus 10%.
Thank you, Brian. It has been moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Roll call, please, Pam. Thank you, Mr. Silber.
Motley,
Yes.
Friedlieb,
Aye.
Paulson,
No.
Beyondich, Johnson,
Yes.
Baranzelli. Yes. Cuffey.
Aye. Motion passes 6-1. Thank you.
Item 9.1I is the rental rate, the 2024 rental rates for park buildings. It was moved and supported to approve an increase for the 2024 rental rates for all city park buildings, and it also includes making Ridgewood Rink a rentable space.
Councilor Beyondich moves to approve. Is there support? By Councilor Johnson. Further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries.
It was moved and supported to approve the rental policy for the club room at City Hall.
So moved.
Moved to approve by Counselor Johnson, supported by Counselor Motley. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries.
It was moved and supported to approve the matching grant between the Minnesota DNR Forestry Division and the Virginia Fire Department for life safety gear with the City of Virginia portion of the required match of $5,000.
So moved.
Moved to approve by Counselor Johnson. Is there support? Support. By Counselor Motley. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries.
It was moved and supported to move the managed services agreement with Pantheon Computers to the meeting here for clarification on invoices. Could I ask the council to please move that to the committee of the whole next week?
So moved.
Move to approve the managed services agreement with Pantheon Computers for the City of Department to be moved to the Committee of the Whole meeting by Counselor Johnson. Is there support?
Support.
By Counselor Paulson. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries.
It was moved and supported to approve moving the contract renewal for Jarrett and Associates to the city council meeting to provide additional information as requested.
This is under item M.
N.
M is in Mary.
N as in Nancy.
Anson and Nancy, okay. So it was moved and supported to move it to the next committee of the whole meeting. Is that what you said?
It just said to the council meeting to provide additional information.
Okay, so it was moved from the committee of the whole meeting to the council meeting for some additional information, and we have since received that
We have.
based on the services that they provided to us over the years. Counselor Paulson?
So, thank you, Mayor. So for clarification, have we received additional information or have we not?
It should be in your packet.
But for the upcoming legislative session
We
for
set our leg-
2024, I think
Yeah,
that's,
we did set our legislative priorities for 2024, and we're going to be pursuing those with or without lobby services, depending upon the action we take today. I think there's some information about the history of all the services that were provided and those kind of things. There are some ancillary things with respect to fundraising and different meetings, outside the legislative environment, but
and I read what was in our packet.
Okay,
I
I'm
think
sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just looking for, I guess the last conversation that we had at the committee of the whole was the benefit or the cost-benefit analysis between the expenditure of, I believe it's $36,000
per year.
per year, and then if there is anything coming up in the 2024 legislative session that they then could assist with, or should we consider skipping a year, on again, off again, according to when there's a bonding year? And so at this point, I think I would feel, in light of we're having budget discussions, I think I would feel more comfortable moving it forward for further discussion. That's where I'm comfortable at.
Okay,
Thank you.
so is that in the form of a motion, Counselor Paulson? to
If
move?
anyone wants to have discussion, that's fine, but
Okay.
otherwise, I'm ready to make that motion.
Well, okay, I just briefly, I know we have had this lobbying service for a few years now. They've been successful in helping us lobby down with the legislature. Of course, I get the opportunity and the benefit of working closely with them down at the legislature, testifying at different committee levels, meeting all the legislators down there, going to all the fundraising events that they have. The city doesn't give any money in fundraising to any of the legislators. That comes out of the personal pocket of those who attend. And so all that information that's been provided, I think we have. In the future, we've got, although we do have the authority in Minnesota State statute to issue a taxing district, there's a lot of things that we have to do in order to accomplish that. The statute allows us to do that. with cooperation from other communities. That's going to be part of the discussion too with Bud McAlpin down at EMS. There's going to be we're going to be making a presentation tomorrow night to the visiting legislative bonding committee, because there's likely going to be a bonding this year, not knowing how, or next year, not knowing how much that's going to be. And part of that is our city hall upgrades and what we need to do there. In addition to that, the SRO issue, the marijuana, cannabis, what I would say fiasco with respect to the clarification on the law, those kind of things. So all those, and public safety funding as well in that regard. So there's a lot of things other than what our priorities are, and the lobbying firm does help us gravitate to both sides of the aisle. And so when we're down there, I think it's worth. I think they've done yeoman's work. Myself, I think they've done outstanding work for us. Yes, it's $36,000 a year, but this firm is, in my opinion, unlike other lobbying firms that are in the area, they only represent one city. They don't represent any other city on the range, and they don't represent any other city in the metro area. They represent one city. The rest are all private companies. They represent one city. So they only lobby for our legislative priorities, not others. So I think that they've done yeoman's work for us, and I fully support this investment. In light of the 2024 budget, I think we'll get a big bang for a buck, and additional funding could come forth. Without their lobbying efforts, I don't think we've been able to be where we're at today. So those are my comments. Anybody else? Councilor Beyondich.
Thank you. And I think, when were they here last? Because he came and spoke to the council and updated us, and I know we get reports. When does this contract, is it
October.
October?
Yes. And we'll come up at any time to discuss and ask any questions that we might have.
And I think it would help me if we could have him come up maybe once a year, so we could discuss with him what the issues of Virginia are and what we're looking for when he goes down there and lobbies for us. So I would really appreciate, just maybe a once-a-year visit, so we can touch base with them, if that's okay.
Yes, and I did have a conversation with him yesterday with respect to some private stuff, fundraising for the Friends of Public Safety, those kind of things. And he did indicate that at any time, the firm would come and give us an update at any time that we choose. It doesn't have to be once, it could be any time. And this might be a good time to invite the Jurek Associates up to give us a rundown on what's coming up in the next legislative session. They're just starting to gear that up now.
And I think that's kind of what I would like to hear, what they have and what will be coming up, what they'll be working on, and what the city of Virginia needs, so they're aware of what our needs are. So I would appreciate having them come up and speak to us,
Okay, thank
if
you.
that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
And we can do that. And we did set our legislative priorities and sent them down, because we had to have our list of legislative priorities in by, when was it, June 30th?
That's for the capital bonding.
Capital bonding.
We haven't done a legislative priorities for the other topics yet.
Right, so, but our capital bonding
Had
has
to
had
be
to
in
be in
by May.
by May, and so we chose the City Hall project, and we're going to be presenting that project tomorrow in that regard, and they've already been working on that on our end, so. Councilor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just trying to find when the contract expiration date is. And I know it's,
I think it's October 1 to October 1.
okay, and is there any way that we could, I guess maybe have him come here prior to us approving this going forward, or is that not an option?
I believe it is an option. We could hold this approval or vote on the Jericho Consortium contract and invite him to come up to the next committee home meeting. I'm sure they'll be more than welcome to come up. So if you wish to do that, we can certainly make a motion to contact our Jericho Associates and have them come make a presentation to us. Could be at the next committee home meeting or whenever.
I would make that in the form of a motion, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Paulson makes a motion to invite Jericho Associates to the next committee of the whole meeting, or as soon as practical, to provide us some additional information, legislative priorities moving forward, and answer any questions that we might have. So that's the motion by Counselor Paulson. Is there support for that motion?
I would support for discussion.
Support by Counselor Motley for further discussion. Further discussion, Counselor Motley?
Can a priority be, if we move this contract forward, pushing for a taxing district for this city, for the ambulance?
Yes.
Can we make that a priority if this goes forward?
Yeah, and that's, we had to have the bonding issue in May, but the other ancillary services, including that particular issue, is also part of the lobbying group's efforts.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
You're very welcome. So it's been moved and supported to invite the Jarek and Associates to the next committee of the whole meeting to give us an update of the legislative priorities for the upcoming season. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? The motion carries. Thank you.
Item 9.10 was to approve the appointment of Jesse McIntyre for a 2-year appointment as a team leader for Public Works, which would end in September 2025.
So moved.
Move to approve by Counselor Johnson. Is there support? By Counselor Friedlieb, Counselor Barnzelli. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries.
It was moved and supported to approve the logo policy for non-city use of the city logo.
So moved.
Move to approve by Counselor Motley. Is there support?
Support.
By Counselor Johnson. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Item 9.1Q has been removed from the agenda because we need to ascertain some further information. We'll come back when we have that information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Item 9.1R is the levy discussion. It was moved and supported to bring the preliminary levy discussion to the meeting here today, September 26th, as directed. The city staff has prepared scenarios of what the dollar amounts would look like, because the levy is a dollar amount. It's not actually a percentage that we have to give to the county. And if we were to set our levy at a 20% increase from last year, a 15% increase from last year, a 12% increase, and a 10% increase, what that would look like, and some potential solutions on things we could cut from the budget in order to make the budget balance. And I just want to point out again that any levy increases does not mean your property taxes go up that much. When the levy is increased, it means the dollar amount the city obtains from the taxes that are paid increases by that amount. So if we increase it by 10%, the overall city levy increases by 10%, and then it's divided by category. Residential gets a portion, commercial gets a portion, agriculture gets a portion, industrial gets a portion. It's all separated out. So your personal taxes don't always go up 10%. It means that the overall city value went up 10%.
Okay. All right. So we did have some budget sheets. The cover sheet of what a 10, 12, 15, and 20% levy would look like, and some proposed adjustments that have to be made in order to accomplish that. And you can see on the bottom of the pages some of the things that have to be done based upon that. Now, these aren't necessarily what's going to happen, but these are just suggestions as to what could occur during the course of our budget talks. So setting the levy at a percentage is required to be done by the 30th of September. Then, once that preliminary levy is set, we as a council sit down along with staff and citizens and go through each individual item by item, expenditure by expenditure, revenue by revenue, looking at what the guaranteed revenues are, not what one group described as a pie in the sky revenue, relying on grants. The goal and objective, and what staff has put together, and it did take a lot of work in which accomplished this, is these percentage recommendations are designed not to tap into our budget reserves or our investments. So by raising the levy, and over the years, we've kept the levy down. And they've kept levying down because of, for a variety of reasons. Obviously, the the economic market, the pressures on all the communities, all the taxes are going in and out of there. We kept them down. But when we did that, there were some budget deficits. And those budget deficits had to be covered by our general fund because the levy wasn't high enough. So we don't want to tap into the general fund anymore, or reserves, and we don't want to, of course, at any time touch our investments. So the work that was done here and the percentages that you're looking at here are to ensure that doesn't happen. And so by putting these together, these are some of the suggestions of the ramifications of each one of these percentages. So we, as a council, have to decide where we're going to set our percentage. And once we set the percentage, it can never go higher. We set a percentage, it can never go higher. It can always go lower. We can work to reduce that levy in ways that in creative ways that we can move forward. This is a snapshot of our current revenue stream, and a lot of that information that was based on 2022 audit, things have changed significantly. Revenue streams have changed from one way to the other, and remember, this is a general fund levy. It's not the special revenue levy. It's not our enterprise fund funds either. Those are separately, will be discussed at these budget meetings. So this is just to set the general fund preliminary levy at a certain percentage, can never go up, can only come down, and then we work till the end of the year, which by December 12th, we're going to have that taxation meeting on Tuesday, December 12th at 6:01 p.m., and then we'll have to set that final. That's when the final levy comes in, and that's where we're going to be at. So we'll be working very hard to try to make some adjustments, use some creative ways to ensure our revenue streams are intact and that we reduce expenses as much as we can. And I'm just going to say this is for me personally. Looking at all these adjustments, and I thank staff for doing that, we need to look at every conceivable way in which to reduce our expenses and not be at the expense of the people who work hard every day for this city. So with that being said, Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. I've made some notes. I'd like to thank the department heads and the administrative staff for the immense amount of time they have put in over basically the last month to get us here. City government, as I have learned in the last 7 years, is not the same as running a business. It is not the same as running your household. It is not the same. I ran a small daycare for 6.5 years, and I had approximately between 15 and 25 staff, depending on what time of year it was, and had to make decisions accordingly. Having hundreds of staff is a much different way of thinking about things. I want to thank the citizens that have reached out to me on both sides of what should happen and what can happen. I especially want to thank folks who came with solutions and not with more complaints or more worries or more panic. One of the things I've prided myself in as I've sat here is not panicking. Nothing that came out in the audit was a surprise to me. I read the packets every month. I look at the numbers every month. Nothing that was in the audit this year was a whole lot different than last year or the year before or the year before or the year before or the year before. I can go back 7 years and know that while I was sitting here, and several years sitting over where you were before I was elected. This discussion has caused angst in our community. We have employees who have not attended public events because they didn't want to be confronted inappropriately. We have employees who have expressed concerns about their jobs and they're starting to worry about each other. And it saddens me that that's where we got. That we are pitting employee against employee about who's going to get laid off and who's going to be shifted and what's going to happen. And that shouldn't have happened. I'm sad for that. I will again take responsibility for the 6 years that I sat here and passed a levy at 3, 4, 5, 2%. The big panic seems to have come in this number floating around about 41% and 33%. That has never been a number offered in this room to approve. In my understanding, it was the number that we would need to adjust the levy, the general levy, to cover public safety. and that came from the USDA as we're working through a process of getting the loan for the Public Safety Center. I've never seen an email that says, the staff feel this is what we need to do. So it frustrates me that there's a lot of information being put out there from all over the place. That's not necessarily wrong, but it's also not 100% accurate. Yes, we saw those numbers, but they were never a recommendation from the staff. What we have in front of us is a recommendation from a staff because of the direction of us. We are ultimately responsible. It is not the staff that is going to have to, they're not making the cuts, they're making suggestions. The 7 people elected in this room are the people who are ultimately responsible, and if it doesn't work because we set the levy too high or too low, it is our responsibility. It is my responsibility as an elected official. And if you don't like that, then that's where you all need to take some action. That you're all here is absolutely amazing to me. In my 7 years, this has happened once or twice, but it's never been about city money issues. So thank you all for being here. There's a couple of things. I've had a few people reach out to me and say, what can I do? What can I do? There's a couple of things. One of them is the ambulance taxing district. Yes, it's great that we have Jarek and Associates going down to St. Paul and lobbying and hobnobbing. But when we go to our trainings, both with the Coalition of Minnesota Cities and the League of Minnesota Cities, when we have legislatures, senators, representatives come and talk to us, your voice matters a lot more than an individual lobbyist. If everybody in this room took some time and wrote an email or called and said, you know what, we really need a mandatory taxing district to help cover our EMS expenses, that would be helpful, because they share that stuff. The other thing that really is important when it comes to your taxes, as Britt talked about earlier, is there's a pie, and some of you have heard this analogy, and there's only so much, and it gets divided up. Our big box stores in town do not pay. It's called the dark store theory, and I learned about this sitting in this room in the Truth in Taxation. Large corporations can write a letter to us saying, we want to pay for an empty store. And so the big box stores in our town and all over Minnesota are paying taxes based on a completely empty, unused store. If you want to help your taxes, you can write a letter or email or call and say, there needs to be some fairness in what these corporations that are making millions, if not billions of dollars a year, are paying to occupy space in town. So, and I don't know what the answer is, but more than an empty store that's not being used would help your taxes go down as citizens, both in Virginia or if you live in Mountain Iron or anywhere else, because the portion is being shared. So there's some actions you all can take that don't affect us here specifically, but that your legislators, the other people you elect, can fix and help fix as we move forward. And the last thing I want to point out is kind of a personal thing. I live on 8th Street. My house is valued at $56,000 and some change. It went up when I had to install $24,000 of heating conversion, which I did put in central air as well. So I understand, but about my understanding from what I've seen is about half the homes in Virginia are valued at under $100,000. And so for someone like me, I'm more than willing to cut some of my expenses at home to ensure that when the ambulance is called at Sand Lake, where my parents live, that they're going to start on their way and they're going to be driving out of the garage, usually before any of the first responders out there even acknowledge the page. I want to know that if my nephew falls down the stairs at my house again, that as soon as we get on 911 and I give them the address, they're already coming down 4th Avenue to my house. If we do start cutting services with public safety and that kind of stuff, those numbers will go down and your house insurance is going to go up. We've worked, our EMS has worked very, very hard to get our insurance rating to such a place where your insurance is actually lower because you live within the city limits of Virginia. If we start cutting those critical services, that's going to change. Our rating will change and your insurance could go up because of the response time. So, and I cannot echo the mayor enough, we just need to set a number tonight. We have 3 months to sit down and go line by line to truly figure out where the cuts can be. We have that time, that we've rushed a month, 3 months of work into a month, and is frustrating to me. We can set any number. We can always come down. And I've heard many times, well, we know that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Why wouldn't it? You're all sitting here tonight. Please come back to the following meetings to ensure that we cut down from our proposed levy to something that is manageable by everybody. So I appreciate your attention, and I really encourage folks to come to the source and make sure you're getting all of the information accurately. It's important that we hear directly from you, too. I appreciate the people that have reached out. My phone number is public. It's on the website. And just know that I do take this seriously. I do understand. I didn't panic. I understand what we need to do. My daughter wants to be mayor someday, and I want to make sure that she has a town that she can be proud of in 20 years or 30 years as mayor of Virginia. So that's how I'm looking at this. I'm not looking about what's going to happen for the rest of the year. I'm not looking at next year's budget. I'm looking at the longevity of what this means to people when I'm gone, and what we can make the folks on the wall behind you proud of what we've done. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Johnson. Councilor Motley.
I just want to clarify to the public that we are not cutting the police, fire, or the EMS, so we can clarify that right now. And it's about fiscal responsibility. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Motley. It is about peeling with the onion. You're all sitting about there. Same as your household. What's revenue and what are your expenses? If you don't have enough revenue to pay your expenses, you're running as a deficit. So we have to cut our expenses and find ways to increase our revenues. Now, there's a group that's out there that says the revenues that we're getting from grants and other things are not guaranteed. And those are pie-in-the-sky forms of revenue, and we shouldn't be relying on that. Well, there's a city in the state of Minnesota, in this country, that doesn't rely on grants in one way, shape, or form to improve the quality of life in this city, to provide the health, the safety, the security, and the core service that the city needs and expects, and the taxpayers pay for that. That's all of you and me and everyone else. So, but when we cut expenses, we have to cut expenses in areas where, and we'll be working on that for the next few months. Like I said, once again, Councilor Marley, this was designed, right? We're not going to cut our core services, police and fire. But in the part of this proposal of 10, 12, 15, and 20%, there's some loss in some of our employees, even in our core services with Public Works or Park and Rec. And so by losing those employees, we're going to lose services. You can't do more with less. They are professional people. They do their work, okay? We have to do what we can to ensure. Do we have too many employees? No. The comparison is, well, Hibbing's got this many employees and Virginia's got that many employees. We have an Iron Termores Event Center. We have employees there that covers the gap between the two cities. We're making adjustments to the Iron Termores Event Center. We're running at a loss. We anticipate that on the financial pro forma. Councilor Paulson has information from the Isaac Sports Group. And you want to know one of the reasons why the Iron Termores Event Center is running as a deficit? Because one, it was anticipated for the first 5 years that would happen. And prior to building the Iron Termores Event Center, the Miners Memorial Building was losing about $950,000 to $978,000 a year, every year. There was no revenue coming in there. We covered that with what? Our reserves. And that's what we're doing here. This is designed not to do so. So the staffing at the Iron Termores Event Center, this is we're in year 2 going on year 3. So we have to make some adjustments, and we'll do that. However, whenever you lay off an employee, that's not the big money saver. We're entitled to unemployment benefits, all of the other things that would have to be paid and associated with that. And maybe that's just for the short term and the long term. And I think one person came, and it's sitting in this room, that came to me and says, well, that's only for the short term, and then that expense goes away. I get it, but these are lives that we're playing with here. I mean, We'll have to figure out how to cut the expenses, and we will. We have 3 months in which to do that. We just need to set the preliminary levy right now to meet the law requirement, so we can work for those next 3 months to do what we can to maintain the integrity of our core services, provide the things that you need, and try to do as much as we can to minimize the impact on your taxes through the general budget levy. And that's what we're here to try to do today. And a lot of this rumor and innuendo and all these kind of things, these accusations come of the employees are making way too much money. You have to cut their salaries. You have to fire the city administrator. You have to fire your our finance director, who also does our HR work as well. So what does that accomplish? You still have to replace them. So we want solutions. And I think Councilor Johnson well said, so we're looking for solutions, and we're seeking those solutions from you, because you are the ones who are being impacted most by the levy. And so we have to make those adjustments to ensure the integrity of the services that we provide in this community. I know your property taxes will rise. It's like a big bomb that's going off in everybody's financial portfolio. You got the school, you got the county, you got the city, you got all those things into place. We have tried to provide upgraded services for the community. You had to redo the miners' memorial building. So we looked for innovative ways, and the general public weighed in and supported us 100%. It was part of your ideas and everybody else in this community to find a way in which to fund this Iron Trail Motors Event Center, pay for it, instead of coming on your bond and saying you have to pay for that. With the help of this city, the citizens here, our lobbying group, our local legislators, we were able to go down to the legislature, testify at the tax committee, and it wasn't an easy task, and get that 1% sales tax passed. So we're all paying that 1% sales tax, but it's spread around to everybody that comes in this community. That pays for the bond to pay off the loan for the Iron Trail Motors Event Center, the tax. We have a 20-year 1% sales tax, and we're performing above what's necessary, which to accomplish and pay for that building within the 20-year period. And based on the current trend, it likely will be paid off before that 20 years. So we try to minimize the impact on your community, but at the same time providing the services. So the other question from on that group was, well, then we should have never built the Iron Trail Motors Event Center in the first place. All these public meetings, everything that we had, all the surveys that we did, all the phone calls we made, there was 78%, I think, support for this. So let's not, let's not a few throw out blame and make all these and I'm going to say it's a knee-jerk reaction about cutting people's salaries in half, getting rid of our employees. That doesn't accomplish anything. We're here to set a budget levy, and the levy is going to impact all of you. So we have to do whatever we can, our due diligence, to set the levy and do whatever we can to reduce it as low as we can, but at the same time not cutting the services that you need and expect. So that's what we're here to do today. So I'm prepared to move forward with some motion from the floor or discussion about what a 10% levy looks like, what a 12, 15, and 20, and you all have that sheet in front of you. If you don't have one, we'll try to provide one for you. So 10% levy. These are proposed now. These are not our actual cuts, but these are proposed cuts to get us there. 2024, we'll start at 20%. Cut 1 FTE from Public Works, not filled. Not filled. We don't fill that position. 3 full-time employees from the Iron Trail Motors Event Center. Those will be direct layoffs at 20%. A hiring freeze in the fire department and a hiring freeze in the police department. At the 50% level, cut from the general fund budget, 1 full-time employee from the Public Works, not currently filled. 3 full-time employees from the Iron Trail Motors Event Center, layoffs. 2 casual library aides, layoff, in conjunction with following the labor bargaining agreement with AFSCME. Hiring freeze on police and fire, no teen center repair allocations, no greenhouse repair allocations, no orchestra allocations, no cemetery allocation, no economic development, no dog park issues. We have $10,000 in there for that. And one IT person that we were prepared to hire instead of having a contract employee, that won't be filled either. That is at 15%. At 12%, all those things we just talked about, when we're going to cut the IT person, and then one library clerk not filled, it's currently vacant, we wouldn't fill that position. And then at 10%, all those things that we just discussed today, reduce one city hall full-time employee to point for half-time, one library clerk not filled. So all those things are the proposals by our staff to ensure that we don't lose police, fire, or public safety, which includes the ambulance, ALS service that we provide. That's a separate discussion about how we reduce the revenue. And when you look at the 2023 revenue streams as we go through the budget, the performance by the ALS service has been improved significantly, as well as the golf course too. So we'll be looking at those things. But these are the things that are proposed that could be done or that needed to be done in order to accomplish these percentages. Now, maybe we don't lay off 3 full-time employees from the Iron Memorial Event Center. Maybe we find other ways to cut. But that's the discussion we're going to have between now and at the end of the year, by December the 12th. So we'll be working hard to incorporate that. But we have to make a decision. We have to make the hard decision. What's it going to be? We set the levy here, you never go up. You only come down. So that's what we're here today to do. Councilor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. So if I could just get some clarification, and Sherry, I did not ask you this before the meeting because I guess I just thought of it now. What is our current 2023 deficit at the Iron Trail Motors Event Center, including the transfer in of $1 million? And I'm sorry.
That's okay. Counselor Paulson, right now, the Iron Trail Motors with the August financials, $450,000 is revenue, $1,400 and some odd dollars is a deficit.
1.4 million?
Mm-hmm. And we have not transferred yet the 1 million in. But the general fund is subsidizing it. The bills have been paid. So you're looking at least a $400,000 loss after we transfer in the million.
So it's 1.4, including the transfer in?
No. It's 1.4 million right now. We have not transferred in. We'll do that at year end.
Okay, but we approved that transfer in of $1 million.
Correct.
In
So-
July, I believe, or August?
When you set the
Last year.
budget last year.
Last year budget.
Yeah, but we just approved the transfer.
For 2022
Okay, so then that happens
at audit time.
at audit time. Right. So, okay, so projecting going forward, what is the deficit projected going forward?
That's a good guess right now, because I would ask Brian if he's in the audience to come up and ask him how his sales are doing right now, what his potential.
We're seeing numbers, we're seeing like events booked, like quantity of events, but we are not seeing dollars. So that's, when we're faced with these decisions, it's very important we see the dollars of what revenue is actually coming in. And so I think, and then I'd also like to ask what the deficit, I'm focusing on deficit because that's why we're here having this discussion about setting a proposed levy at 31.3%. So the ambulance deficit has been at
Roughly around 500,000.
500,000. And we're going to work really hard on that taxing district, we're going to try to really work hard in 2024. Go ahead, Sherry.
Okay, I don't want you to go too far down the pipe. Right now, in September, they are in the black.
And
So
I read
believe
that.
we have finally found the break even, and we're hoping to work with them through the rest of the,
Which is fantastic, and I
Yes.
did read Chief Frederickson's email, so thank you for that. I really appreciate that. So trying to sit here and understand what is a responsible percentage to even do a proposed levy has been a very difficult thing. And when I have taxpayers coming and breaking down in tears, because even at the tax rates, even at that 12% that they had looked at, were over and above what they could afford on a fixed income. And so I believe, I mean, we all have conversations.
and when you look at that spreadsheet from the
County auditor.
county auditor, that does not include, there's no homestead credit on there. So if you're getting a homestead credit, you need to apply that before you look at the bottom line.
Correct. And some of the people actually, I think, extend over that dollar value with the homestead credit. That's what I've been told by some people that have talked to me about that. So where I was coming from in approaching this situation is after talking to my constituents that have come forward and have expressed severe concern that we're basically pricing them out of their homes, what can we do? So I feel like there has to be a give and take. We do have to reduce our expenditures wherever possible. And I know, like, Sherry, when you and Britt and I were in the office together, we actually caught one item that was expensed out twice on the teen center, and it was only a $10,000, but there are just some, I think I would like to have the opportunity, which we do have from now until December, to go through line by line, department by department, and I know, certainly did not mean or want for staff to put in all the hours to fix that right now or to give us that information now, but that chart was extremely helpful to me, so I greatly appreciate that because that puts things into a wonderful perspective, making these difficult decisions going forward. Now, when I go into that spreadsheet and I change the numbers, at 12%, if a homeowner has a house worth $100,000, I'm going to go through this again, they would be paying $126 a year additional, and that's the city's portion. At $150,000 valued home, they'd be paying $223 a year additional. And a $200,000 home, they would be paying $319 a year. And a $250,000 home, they would be paying an additional $415 a year. On a $300,000 plus home, they would be paying $511. And after I played with those scenarios, I played with 20%, I went all the way back down. Where my thought process is coming from is that there has to be an equilibrium with what our taxpayers can bear and what we can cut without hopefully cutting staff. So where can we trim the fat? Is it cemeteries? Is it teen center? Is it the greenhouse? We will have time to do that. But right now, my comfort level after talking to many taxpayers that have come to my place of business, that have caught me at events and have had lots of discussion with me, my comfort level tonight is no more than 12%. And I will just put that out there.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry that if that might be offensive, I really do apologize. That is where I've had conversations, and I don't know what side of the aisle that you fall in under this. I'm here doing the job. My job is to work for the taxpayers, and I have to represent them. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor Paulson. Counselor Johnson.
I don't know who would answer this, but could you, somebody explain what a hiring freeze means for the departments listed? I'm not familiar with what that means.
The police and fire?
That's what's been listed as a hiring freeze in the fire department and the police department.
There would be no new hirings. So if anybody left, we wouldn't add back. And existing staff that we have now are the numbers we're going to keep. We're not going to expand. We're not going to do anything else. We're not going to take on any other projects. We're just going to stay right where we're at with the staff we have. And if I may segue just a real brief, I mean, if you remember what the 31% looked like for a levy increase, we almost did the impossible. We had originally planned for almost a $600,000 transfer from reserve next year. And working with the department heads, we were able to come up with these levy amounts without a reserve transfer. So we have essentially cut over $700,000 from the proposed budget that we originally had given you guys because of the staff's ability to come together creatively and think of these great things. And that's where the hiring freeze came in. If we know that these are the staff we have, we know that this is what they're going to cost us. If somebody leaves, we understand we might have to absorb that for a little while just to make sure that everybody's playing fair and every department's not pitting themselves against each other. The departments have all come together and thought of these ways to reduce the city because we all understand. We all care for Virginia and we do get that the taxes are high and we need to figure out a way to solve this budget crisis. So we've all done everything we can to try to figure out a way to get this down to as low as we can.
And are those two departments, are they fully staffed now?
This minute they are,
Right
yes.
today?
Right this minute today.
So
They will be, I
creating a
should say,
fund-
they will be. The fire department will have some internal transfers that will make them fully staffed on the dual role side.
But a hiring freeze, which is on all four options. If for some reason an officer in either department transfers or does a lateral, that's empty. And then if another one does, it's empty. So over the course of a year, we could see reduction in our services based on the hiring freeze. How would we unfreeze hiring?
That would be the council. Again, this is all council decisions. These are not things that I can do unilaterally or Sherry. So the council would have to decide with staff recommendation, we want to start hiring again. We're at the point of capacity that we need to have people come back.
So a hiring freeze would be a resolution by this council directing no more hiring by department so that.
Correct.
And
All
then
of these
what-
recommendations are, again, recommendations based on discussions with staff. This is something, the council are the ones that have to determine what we are going to spend our money on in the
Yes.
budget. We just assist with our suggestions and what we think would be the most prudent.
And I appreciate that because sometimes I think we throw away some terms that sound really good, but when it comes down to it, not necessarily. One of the things that concerns me as we move forward is not hiring the IT person. The city needs somebody who knows how to fix computers and how to run networks and how to make sure everything that everybody's using is working, because right now we're spending a lot of money and getting service once in a while. So I'll reserve the rest of my comments until I'm ready to make a motion, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Johnson. Councilor Motley.
So I was elected to represent the taxpayers that live in the city of Virginia. And door knocking and covering the whole city last year, they were begging me not to raise the taxes. And coming across with a 31% levy increase, I mean, my phone, my emails, Facebook, Messenger, everything's been lit up like a Christmas tree, begging me not to approve a 31% levy increase. And I hear these people talking to me, I represent them. I'm also on a fixed income, and to have something like this presented and never, ever been presented in the history of our city is very concerning to me, especially when you look at the past levies, which were nowhere near close to what's being proposed tonight. And again, I'm still having a really hard time with comparing the city of Virginia to Hibbing when we're so much smaller with half the tax base and we have more city employees. And this is nothing personal against our employees. We have some great employees, but there's got to be, at some point, there has to be some type of fiscal responsibility. We keep losing taxpayers. we're losing every single year. I don't know, I had the numbers a couple weeks ago. I think we're like 11 or 12% smaller than we were 33 years ago. That's less taxpayers, but yet I see, and this isn't personal, but we have the most employees ever with potentially the smallest population ever. So it's very hard for me to continue to support a levy of 31% when I don't see our population growing. And so for me, that's where I'm coming from. And I do not think I could support anything higher than 12%, and I'd be willing to go lower. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Motley. At 31%, that wasn't even an option. It's 2, right? So that's why the motion was made. I believe it was by Councilor Paulson or yourself, by Councilor Motley, to look at all these different percentages. That's why we're here today. So it's not 31%, which is, it's 20, 15, 12, or 10. Those are the proposals. Not necessarily mean that another motion can be made for a different amount, but we have before us what we have to do in order to accomplish these goals and objectives for these percentages. And it's going to be painful for some people. And so, as we have these budget discussions after we set the preliminary levy, we'll have to talk about how we can reduce our levy even further, if we can, in order to accomplish the goals and objectives. You know, I was going to say, I am only concerned about what happens in this city. I don't care what happens in Hibbing. I don't care what happens in Hinckley when they raise their levy 52%, and that other place 23%, another 31%, or 32.5%. That's their levy. This is our levy. So whatever we do, it's about dollars and cents, it's about expenses and revenues. So whatever adjustment we have to make to do so, we'll have to accomplish that. Keeping in mind the cost to the taxpayer and the burden that's being provided, and balance that with the professional services that they need, expect, and want. So we have 3 percentages sitting out here. Or Councilor Freely,
Thank you.
you're up.
I'm up. So I'm a retired taxpayer in the city of Virginia. So I represent myself, I represent everybody on the council. We all live in Virginia. So it's like anything we pass is going to be reflective on us as well. It's going to come out of my pocket as well. I had a couple letters on my table the other day that it equaled about $9,000 on my assessment for 3rd Street when it was improved in front of my house. Is that cost burdensome to me? Yes. Is it cost prohibitive to me? No. Am I happy that I have to pay that? No. Am I happy, though, that I have new infrastructure under 3rd Street, so when I turn on my water, I got clear, clean, cold water coming out of it? When I flush my toilet, I don't get it backing up in my basement. When there's a big storm, it flows down and out of town through the, it's kind of nice. So I'm paying for things that are improvements to where I live. And so when you think in terms of a levy that needs to be increased, obviously significantly, to assist this city, you got to think in terms of like what we're trying to accomplish. What we're trying to accomplish is pooling our resources to assist all of us who live here to be able to gain the value that that levy increase would provide to us. That's what we're looking to do. For most people in this town, it's going to be probably cost burdensome. It will not be cost prohibitive, in my opinion. And for those that it would be, I'm sorry. But you have to also contribute. That's the system we're in. We're asked to contribute to the system so that all of us can benefit. That's just the reality of the system that we live within, the democracy that we live within. So no matter what we decide, it's going to be difficult for some, and it's going to be burdensome for others, but it's not going to necessarily be cost prohibitive to many, in my opinion. And if it is, and to those, I apologize if it is, because I don't know what your resources are. But I think it's absolutely imperative that we think in terms of the services we receive in this city, and the services that we receive in this city aren't as important as the people who provide those services in this city. That's absolutely critical. I've been in human resources my entire career. I know for a fact that it's people who run this city and provide services. And I'm not pandering to you. I do appreciate you being here. And if you don't know that I appreciate the job you do, you need to know that. I recognize that. The value of this city is sitting right here and sitting right here. All of us, we're in this together. So I'm looking at it as, do I want to have a 30% levy increase? Do I want to have a 20% levy increase? I'd prefer to have a 3% increase. But I'm in a position right now that we need to convince each other that we need to pool our resources on behalf of everybody in this room and in this city to continue to provide the kind of services that we're used to that are benefiting all of us. And so that's, at this point in time, I would say there's no way we can go below 20%, and I would suggest moving it up to 30% because it's a preliminary levy, and we can work from that on down. If we set it lower than that, we can't go higher than that. So my suggestion is set it at 30% so that we can begin those discussions over the next 3 months and pare it down accordingly so that we can salvage the resources that we have and move forward in the city for the benefit of all. That's where I'm at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Freely. Councilor Johnson?
I have one more statement, and then I'm going to make a motion. One of my other frustrations sitting in this chair is we talk about tax base, and 3 times over the course of the last year, apartment developers have come to us to say, hey, we'd really like to build in your town. We really want to build in your town. Those apartment buildings create tax base that you don't have to pay. And all 3 times we have asked those folks to come back later, and they have lost interest and not come back. So some decisions that have been made already are impacting you now. And that's one of the things that we need to look at. Yes, we're landlocked, but yes, we also have some opportunities. So it's important, again, this is not just this thing or that thing or that thing. It's the big picture of where we're at. And because we've received multiple emails over the last couple of weeks about what we're really doing, we're not setting a percentage increase. We are setting a tax levy. And based on that, I'm going to pick a number because we need to move on. We need to start somewhere. So I'm going to propose that we set the tax levy at 6.5 million and move forward from there as we move forward. That is a motion, Mayor, 6.5.
A motion by Councilor Johnson to set the preliminary general budget levy at $6.5 million. And so what does that equate to in percentage? We should know that, right? What? Huh?
How it's reported to the county and the state is a dollar amount. It's not a percentage.
We do. That's what we're asking for.
That is how everybody has to do that, is by.
And I completely understand that. But so last year it was it $5,297,000? I didn't have the paperwork.
I believe so.
Sherry, what was it last year?
$5,296,843.
So, okay, so the Delmont levy, and that was like at 4.8%, right? Right around there?
A 4.5% increase from the year prior.
Pardon?
A 4.5% increase from the year prior.
The year prior, right. So you're asking, the motion by Councilor Johnson, did we get support? I'm sorry, I should have done that before. Is there support for Councilor Johnson's motion at $6.5 million? Is there support for Councilor Johnson's motion?
I'll support for further discussion so that we can deem what that percentage is compared to those that we were directed to come up with for tonight.
Thank
And
you.
I don't know what that means. People are sitting here scribbling and doing math on their calculators, but so be it then.
Okay, our city clerk, who is also a financial whiz, did the preliminary percentage based upon $6.5 million, and that's a 22.7 increase in the levy. So there is a motion by Counselor Johnson to increase, to set the preliminary budget levy at $6.5 million, which equates to about a 22.7% levy increase. It was supported by Counselor Freelieb. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by, I'm sorry, Pam?
This would be to waive the written resolution, because we do need to have a resolution for it, so it would be to waive the written resolution. approving that.
Okay, run that by me one more time.
We need a resolution to send in to the county, so we will have to waive the written resolution, and then it will get drafted after whatever gets approved.
Right, so if this passes, right? Right, thank you. So,
Question, sir?
Counselor Freely,
So the 6.5 million, does that even cover in the general fund the cost incurred for our public safety of fire and police? That in previous times, it was not. No. It does not. So actually, we're still low for a preliminary levy. So I supported for discussion, but I couldn't support that at this time because it's below where we really need to be for further discussion, in my opinion.
so for clarity purposes, as this discussion moves on the motion, so you'd have to reconfigure what staff's recommendations were based on 20, 15, 12, and 10. So looking at the 20% with the cuts that were, expenses that were cut, proposed, does not touch our budget reserves or our investments, and it doesn't cut police and fire either at 20%, based on the cuts that were proposed here. So 22.7% would be this, it would even be, it's 2.7% higher than what, but still at 22.7%, this proposal at 20%, those cuts still are on the table. Is that correct?
20% correct.
At 20%. So we're just, the motion by Councilor Johnson is to increase it 2.7% above that. Thank you. So, motion with the discussion?
Can I ask, so
Yeah.
besides cutting, what else are we considering for additional revenues, additional funding, additional grants? What else can we seek? Because it isn't so much what we need to cut, it's that we need more money to be able to provide the services that we have, maintain the staff that we have. So what kinds of strategies are we employing for gaining those kinds of additional revenues, additional grants, additional monies? That needs to be taken into consideration as well.
So we are working on.
Even so, if you're going to talk about this levy being preliminary, if we set it at 30%, we have 3 months to discuss that and maybe come up with some further strategies on what other sources of revenue are out there and maybe be able to assist the city. And how many people have had a phone call or somebody knock on their door and say, please don't raise my taxes, as opposed to saying, please don't lay off my father, please don't lay off my neighbor. You know what I mean? Have we heard that in town? That's where I'm at right now. I think that's important. Yes, we're paying a lot of taxes, but we're gaining from that. We're gaining a lot in this city. And I'm concerned that if we go with these 12% or lower or whatever, you're not going to have your alley plowed at 7 a.m. Might not be till 7 p.m. Good luck getting to work. I mean, it's those kinds of things that we're going to be affected by. So we're here tonight to set a preliminary levy. Why are we so worried about that? We have 3 more months to discuss it and pare it down accordingly and minimize the impact on personnel and potentially maximize the impact on our city. So 22 point is getting there, but it's still not where we need to be, in my opinion.
So, okay, this bodes for more discussion about the revenue. We have guaranteed revenue that comes in. I'm going to put you over to Sherry. We get our local government aid, $7.2 million, which will start, I think, next year. So we get $7.2 million. We get fiscal disparities. We get tax stuff from the mining companies and those kind of things. So there's I can't remember the term, but it's all listed in there as guaranteed revenue. We have guaranteed revenue. And there's that group out there that's been touting the fact that you can't rely on pie in the sky and think they're going to get grants. Well, the city has relied on grants for a long time. If it wasn't for the IRRB, state of Minnesota, all these things, we wouldn't still be able to function as a city. We have guaranteed revenue that comes in, and that's what we're looking at right now, what our guaranteed revenue is. Sherry.
Councilor Philippe, you asked about increasing revenue. What you folks did tonight, increasing the room rental rates at the Iron Trail Event Center, is one way that does help. That was a $116,000 increase in revenue for next year. So it's little things like that. Also, too, the new public safety building, it's going to have opportunities where we can actually have our police, maybe even fire, train.
Yeah, it'll be the regional public safety where they'll train, police and fire will train other departments where the revenue stream established there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And we also have opportunity to actually get simulators for the police that they've been wanting to put in there with the legislative allotment this last May, that they're going to be buying that, which though we can also rent that out to other cities, communities. So there's potential. There's potential to make other revenue. You have a state-of-the-art event center on this side, and you're going to have a public safety building that's going to be unmatched.
So Sherry, these are all for discussions as we move forward from the time we set the preliminary levy until the time we set the final levy. All these things are on the table. All these examples you're given are on the table for us to make those reductions if necessary. And there are going to be some reductions, but where they're going to be and what's our revenue stream going to be, we'll know that. We're not going to know anything about the county until November, most likely, about some of the issues with respect to the levy, the county levy 3.8. So there's a lot of things to discuss between now and at the end of the year. So we have to set a preliminary levy. It's preliminary. The codicil is to that is that if you set it at 30% or you set it at 25%, and we don't find the cuts that we need, then it stays at that level. If we're at 10%, 12%, and the revenue stream is less, more pressure and burden is to cut expenses moving forward. So,
How about just for the,
yes, please, Councilor Friedli.
just for the sake of conversation, like, for example, streets and alleys, we're considering a $7.4 million improvement to where you live over there on 8th Street, 8.5 Street. Minimally used alleyways, no offense, but it's minimally used in terms of traffic in the city. Yes, we were granted about $3 million for monies availed, federal monies, whatever it was, because there's certain boxes that are checked for those neighborhoods for which those monies can be proffered for that. And I sent an article to several of you that I had read about whether or not these kinds of new monies you're putting into your community can be supported by the wealth that's in that particular neighborhood. And I'm concerned about that, because I saw a 90-year-old Mr. Harry Lampas sitting in the audience the other day, and I thought the figure up on the screen told me he was going to be paying $168 a month for the improvements that he would make that would be made in that neighborhood. That's cost prohibitive, in my opinion. So if we can't follow through on some of these projects that we anticipated doing, maybe that's a way to save some money. Let's not follow through. Yes, we lose the $3 million, but where were we going to get the other $4 million to be able to cover the cost of that project? If it's too expensive to do at this point in time, those are the kinds of things we pull back on, potentially. I haven't said that to Matt yet, but I sent him the article because I don't know that we have the wealth in our community and in that particular neighborhood to sustain the kinds of monies you'd have to generate to pay that kind of money for that improvement. And is that improvement that absolutely essential there at this point in time? I don't know. So anyhow, I mean, there's other things we need to consider that we're putting money out for. Maybe we need to pull the reins back on some of those things and take a closer look at that, whether or not we can even afford that, and whether the people in that neighborhood can afford that burden. So anyhow, that's another potential way to look at it. What things can we pull the reins in on that we're moving forward on and maybe should be holding off on?
And so we're talking about potential opportunities to cut someplace. And we'll be having those discussions and many of the others that we talked about already in this discussion on this motion. We have from now until December to figure that out, to make those decisions as a council, as a community, to make sure that we cut where we need to cut, reduce where we need to reduce in order to establish a baseline for our budget, and to make sure that we don't, at all costs, in my opinion, compromise the health, safety, and security in the core service that we provide in Virginia. Councilor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for that word, because I did a little reading on our policy, and there is a deferment that people that have hardships can, in fact, take. So that's something I think we should follow up on. Regarding the where we're at with, so again, back to the, Sherry, if you don't mind, back to the Iron Trail Motors Event Center, and I know there's a motion on the floor. The projected deficit that we're now in is like $450-something thousand is what you had just stated earlier. For 20,
You're talking about the Iron Trail Motors.
yes.
Right, currently, yes.
Okay, and then it was just stated in an email that the ambulance is actually running in the black. So could somebody tell me why we have between, if we go to a 10% levy, a $5.8 million gap to a 20% levy increase at a $6.3 million gap? If the two that we basically were saying were kind of deficit leaders, but now you're saying they're not, why are we being asked to fund a 6 point, basically additionally above even what Councilor Johnson just stated? Where is that gap then? If those two departments are actually not doing as bad as what was stated overall, and I think draft five, or maybe it was draft 3, I don't understand then why we are being asked to levy this great amount of money and public safety is not being affected. I guess I have gone through this for weeks and weeks, and I have gone through each department, where could we cut fat instead of staff? And I have wake up in the middle of the night looking at all this. So I take this very seriously, but I don't understand if those two departments are operating in that well of shape, why are we being asked to consider such a huge deficit?
I don't consider 1.4 million in the deficit operating really well.
But you just said 400,000.
Once you transfer $1 million from the
And
general fund.
that's what I had asked you, so it's actually 1.4 million.
Right now, it's 1.4 million. If you look at the
But you had
financials.
not transferred that,
We
but you
have
will
not.
be
We will do
transferring it.
year end, depending on how their revenue ends for
So
this
that-
year.
So the overall answer to my question is that it truly is 1.4 million in.
Yep,
in
you
a
have the
deficit.
financials. You do have the financials. You have August financials.
Right, right. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Paulson. So there's a motion on the floor and a second to set the preliminary levy to the county $6.5 million, which equates to 22.7 increase. It has been moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Roll call, please, Pam.
Friedlieb? Paulson?
No.
Beyondich? Johnson?
Yes.
Baron Sally? Yes. Cuffey?
No.
Motley?
No.
Motion fails 5-2. Okay. That was motion number 1 for 22.7% or $6.5 million. That did not pass. Counselor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. For future motions, could we leave it at a percentage rate and then let the number be figured out by that percentage rate?
We sure can.
Thank you.
Are you prepared to make one this time? Or okay, Counselor Friedlieb.
I would make motion for the preliminary levy to be set at 28%.
At 28%. Counselor Paulson, Counselor Friedlieb motions to set the preliminary levy at 28%. It's been supported by Counselor Johnson. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Roll call, please.
Paulson?
No.
Beyondich? Johnson?
Yes.
Baron Sally? Cuffey?
No.
Motley?
No.
Friedlieb?
Yep.
My motion fails again, 5-2. Okay, now, the newspaper is going to say, oh, Virginia raises our levy 30%. Well, it's a preliminary levy. So, and I had a conversation before, and I was prepared to support a preliminary levy of 12% when I looked through it. But after all this discussion and what we need to do in order to give some more leeway into how we cut our budget, I just want to make sure if we raise the levy high, it doesn't stay there. That's my issue. We raise it heavily high and we don't make it the cuts that we have. It's a 30% levy increase or a 28% levy increase. By doing so, it helps make it a lot easier for our staff to take a look at what expenditures and revenue, there's a lot less cuts to be made in a 30% levy increase, but there's still going to be something moving forward. I don't know what that was going to be. Britt?
Yes, that'll be for the council to decide where we're cutting
Yeah, and so we'll still have to make
to the
some.
budget meetings. Yeah.
We'll still have to make adjustments at the budget meeting, so I don't want to see the levy stay at 30%. I know it's a shocking number, but we have to make sure that we provide the services necessary. So I want to see us set the preliminary higher, but I just don't have the stomach to do it, to be honest with you. I don't have I guess I'm not brave enough to set a levy at 31% and how that affects everybody here. It's just too much, even though it's a preliminary levy. We have to set something that's palatable, and if we do, we have to live with the recommendations of our staff and make the appropriate cuts. So whatever level we set at, I am not a proponent of laying off core services personnel. So we have to find other ways to cut, and Councilor Friedlieb gave an example of what can be done over the course of the next 3 months. So
May I make a new motion?
you sure may.
We directed staff to provide us information for what the impact would be for 10%, 12%, 15%, and 20%. I would suggest that the preliminary levy be set at the recommended 20% as directed for the information provided to us for tonight.
Motion by Counselor Freely to set the levy at the staff recommendation at 20% as a preliminary levy. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Counselor Johnson. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. I'll just real quick discussion. I was prepared to do a 12%. That's where I was at from the very beginning. But in light of this discussion, I guess I'm going to have to change my mind. And I'm going to support that 20% preliminary levy. I was at 12%. But the impact is too great. So, moved and supported to set it at 20%. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Roll call, please, Pam.
Beyondich? Johnson?
Yes.
Aaronzelli? Yes. Huffy?
No. Yes.
Motley?
No.
Friedlieb?
Yes.
Paulson?
Motion fails, 4-3. I understand the angst that's in the audience right now, because I have it right now too, sitting at this table. I mean, we're the elected body. We're supposed to be representing all of you, and we have yet to come to a decision on setting the preliminary levy. So,
Mayor,
yes, Councilor Freely.
can you explain to us why a 4-3 vote results in a,
Well, it's a spending issue.
City charter specifically states that the levy has to have a 2/3 voting of the elected.
It has to be a 5-2 vote because you're voting to spend money.
we're not voting to spend money, we're voting to set a
The
preliminary
charter
levy.
specifically states bonding, street vacation, levy, and money spending, exactly in those terms. So to set the levy, you have to have a 2/3 vote of the elected body.
So we are at an impasse.
Yes, sir. Councilor Motley.
I just want to state with my motion, going forward, that even at this percent I am making a motion on, it does not cut police, fire, and EMS. I'd like to make a motion for 10%.
Okay, Councilor Motley makes a motion to set the preliminary levy at 10%. Is there support? Is there support? Is there support? Motion dies for lack of support. Okay, Councilor Beyondich.
Thank you. And I appreciate everybody coming, and I do want you to know that I do appreciate the work you do. This is a very difficult decision for us to make. Just last night, I sat in a meeting for street assessments. When you're looking at our taxpayers coming in here with tears in their eyes for assessments, for all the other taxes they have to pay, I don't know what to say. I mean, this, if you think this is easy to be up here making these decisions, it's not. This affects our citizens of Virginia. This affects our taxpayers, and we have an aging population in town, and we're trying to do the best we can. It's very difficult to make some of these decisions, but I have to keep in mind also the taxpayers that this affects. Those are our residents, and tonight I don't think they feel they have a voice, but they do have a voice. I am their voice. So, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion. And I want to protect the budget reserves. I want to be able to protect the investments that we have, so we're going to contain a viable entity within the city of Virginia, that our finances are solid, and we're going to make sure that we meet the requirements of the audit that was put out in the 2022 audit. the statements that were made by our auditor I thought were out of line, but nonetheless, it was a wake-up call for us as well. So I don't want to do it, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to make a motion to raise the levy, the preliminary levy, at 30% and work from there in the next 3 months. So is there support? Is there support?
Support.
Support by Councilor Freely. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing and seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Opposed?
No.
No.
Johnson?
Yes.
Aaroncelli? Tuffy?
Aye.
Motley?
No.
Friedlieb?
Aye.
Paulson?
No.
Beyondich?
Motion fails 4-3. So, seeing as we haven't, we got to make the decision, and we haven't been able to do so, we can't come to this. We have to stay here until something freezes over, and we have to make a decision. So, this isn't, this is not a part of the agenda where, we're supposed to make this decision, and you're here to listen and then kind of live with what we decide, which we haven't been able to decide. So I'm gonna let somebody come up and speak. You have it, come on up. Somebody got to come up. If you want to come up, you stood up. Come on up and turn that green light on and state your name for the record. And welcome to the City Council chambers, and let's hear your comments. You turn the light on to green, sir, and welcome to the council meeting.
Okay,
Let's get some input from this public here.
Peter Christensen, that's my name. Thank you. It's, I was here at the other meeting, and I went through the budget. I have all kinds of stuff here. And I know that tonight is just a night to come up with a percent for the levy. And I agree with Mr. Friedlieb here. He said sometimes maybe we have to put something off. And maybe it's a delay. You'll still get whatever we want done, but right now you got to have a levy, whatever it is. And I know in all the dealings I've had with government, when they set something high, it never goes down. But and maybe I went through this, and here's some red flags that I got. I've seen like finance. There's 3 people in the finance section. The salary, I've never been, salary doesn't matter to me, but the salary is $265,000, and the medical insurance is $85,000. Now, I would think that we could cut something there, unless it's misprinted in here.
I don't think it's just 3, it's 3.5 or 4 people, yes.
Okay, that was on page 13 of the finance thing. And then retirement insurance, almost $42,000. Is that something that can be cut?
It is by obligation of their union contracts that we have to continue that.
And we
Well,
have
is
the
that
budget.
something where everybody can come together and say, hey, look,
Yeah.
I don't want anybody to lose a job?
That would
Because when
be- That'd be a negotiation with unions.
that would have to be
We
a
can't do that in
negotiation.
public meeting, obviously, but
Okay,
So, Mr.
well, I mean, when you hire somebody, so many things change. Maybe they want to get married, maybe they're going to have a kid, maybe they bought a house, and now you take that job away from them, I wouldn't feel comfortable with that, but there's so many ways that we can cut. The restaurant at the golf course, they lease that for $3,200 a month.
$3,200 a month They pay the property taxes, they hold the liquor license for $1,500 a year. They pay,
Does the city pay for the utilities? I see a utility,
yes, and that contract expires October 1st, and if you were at the last meeting, we're in negotiations for a new lease.
oh geez. Well, I would think that, you know, for having a business, a nice place like that, $3,200 a month is nothing for.
And as you're talking to us about these things, these are all the discussions that we're going to have to
Exactly.
have between the time we
Exactly.
set this preliminary.
Exactly. So
Right,
if we
right.
set a levy that is comfortable for everybody, you know, there's so many things in this, I mean, that you can cut. And maybe having the union people come in and I see that assessor, insurance for the retired people, $25,000. Is that something that, okay, go ahead.
I forgot your
Sherry?
name, sir, but we budget for next year $1.1 million in retirees insurance, which comes out of this general fund, which we're trying to set the levy for. And that is due to contract language, that when they retired, they were given lifetime benefits. That has now since been sunsetted for all 4 unions, but we still have the legacy cost that we have to carry.
Okay, so that's something that can't be, if you even talked with them, would they be open to it?
No.
Well, I mean, we're in this all together, and if you, I mean, instead of firing, whatever, 20 people, why don't you just get everybody together and say, hey, look, why don't we all take a 5% cut? Okay? I mean, I've seen, there's some where it says dental insurance is crazy. Where was the one I saw? City clerk, I'm sorry. But, medical insurance, $32,000. And dental insurance, $15,960. That's gotta be,
Not one employee.
It's not one
person.
oh, it's not one person.
Not one person.
Okay, well,
No. We have staff all over the city that are allocated to different departments depending on what their job duties are.
okay, so I guess that was what was confusing to me. How can you, I mean, if you got a salary of $103,000 and all of a sudden you got retire insurance, dental insurance, medical insurance, and that's like $90,000. See, to me, if, you know, it's like if I owe the mayor $20 and I reach in my pocket and I got 15 and I say, Carl, can I borrow $5? Okay, now I got $20. Here you go, Mayor, $20. But the point I'm making is, come the weekend, I'm gonna owe Barnzelli $10, because I borrowed $5 from him. And if I don't pay him, it's gonna break my legs. Yeah, the Italians. But, so we gotta get together, and we gotta, you know, it's gotta be, we gotta cut somewhere. You know, because it can't just keep going up and up. And maybe, and here's the thought, IRRB, I was a kid, I had hair when they started that. IRRB was money that the mining companies put into a fund in lieu of paying property tax. And that was to develop the Iron Range. Last time I talked with Tommy Rukavina before he passed away, he was telling me that they took in over $120 million in 1 year, and $88 million went down to Minneapolis. How is that possible? Is there any way that, I mean, the Iron Range cities get together and say, look, I mean, every city should be like a Disneyland up here, if the money stayed up here. But is there any way that we can approach them and?
Yeah, we have. There's been a lot of proposals in that regard, but I think if we, and these suggestions that you're making are all on the table for discussion between now and December 12th.
Yeah.
All
Well, I
these
mean-
things are on, all of them.
From what I saw in this budget thing, there's so many places that we can, get that money back. Or, I mean, not get it back, but to cut, to where you can make the budget.
We're going to try to make those decisions between now and at the end of the year, Mr. Christensen.
How about the 15% one? We haven't hit that one yet.
I don't know. We're going to find that out.
I'll give that a time. But, and usually I say to myself, it's better to remain silent and not a fool than to speak up and remove all doubt. So I'm kind of out here on the naked.
You're up there.
Yeah. But let's settle levy and then work at it. And I would like to see, maybe I can make this suggestion. Every councilman, it's out the council people, and Larry, you got to vote. I don't know if the other people.
7 votes.
I would like to have everybody come forward with a proposal for the people to say, this is what we're going to cut, or this is what I want to cut, and this is how we're going to get it down. Even if the levy is at, say it's 15%, say it's 20%, whatever, but this is how we're going to get it down. I'm going to cut this, I'm going to cut this, I'm going to ask the library to take, a cut, I'm going to ask whatever. And I do not want to see the police or the fire or the ambulance to be cut. That shouldn't be. I mean, that's my thinking, so that should be off the table. And I know that everybody has said that, everyone that I've heard, and it should be. Now I guess they have a huge area to cover. Maybe if they go up to, I don't know if they go up to Big Fork or whatever, but if they go up toward Orr, maybe Orr can put money toward it, and maybe they already do. See, that's the thing, I don't know that stuff.
That's all part of a taxing district that we're trying to establish for other departments. Can we try that for a long period of time? We can get into legislative action. We have options to do that, but that's more of a longer-term solution.
Okay.
But every single counselor here, along with their staff, will be going item by item.
There you go. And then if everybody comes up with a solution, maybe there's one solution that Carl has, and they put it together with one that you have, and then we get, we get it to work.
And we're going to do that, like we do every year. The problem is that we were in a challenging year this year with respect to the deficit issues, and we want to protect our budget reserves, protect our investments. So the point here is to set that levy, to have all these discussions by the end of the year, and come to a consensus and set the final levy that's required by law.
Okay, and I'd like, some of this stuff, I don't know what health insurance they have or whatever, but my goodness, it seems like a lot to me, a lot of money to put out. But maybe there's a lot of people that it covers, I don't know. So it all depends. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen. Okay. I'm looking for a motion. We have to set the levy. Let's try it again. Does anybody have a motion that they'd like to proffer? I will then. So it was a no at 10%. It was a no at 28%. It was a no at 30%. Any? No at 20%. Anyone? I mean, oh, Mr. Silber, did you have Park and Rec Director had his hand up? What can we do for you?
Brian Silber, citizen, Virginia, 800 block 4th Street South. Let me take my city hat off, put on my citizen hat at this point. I don't want a tax increase, to be honest with you, but I want to pay my fair share for the city that I live in. If it's acceptable, Mayor, I'd like to ask your staff a question.
Please do.
A lot of this angst, from what I have seen, began with the auditor's presentation of the city's finances, especially when the auditor said that essentially the sky is falling, our reserves are depleted, and the city's going to be bankrupt in a year and a half. I would like to ask your finance director or city administrator, today, ballpark, how much money does the city have cash on hand and in investments in reserves?
Sherry?
Right now, we have cash on hand, 5.4. Reserves, we have, I'm going to say about 11.
Million?
So,
And
Investments?
investments, yeah.
So by those numbers, we're at 16.
And if I can give you a breakdown, the OPEB has 3 million, which, yes, we could use it to pay the 1.1 million for retirees' insurance. That's what OPEB is. But no, it's not a rainy day yet. I know some of you think it is a rainy day, but it's not a rainy day yet. So I'm gonna leave it in there because it's gaining pretty good interest.
So Sherry, a question.
Sure.
Okay, one more time. How much is in the checking account?
5.4.
$5.4 million.
And can I say that we did a financial estimate through the end of the year? We will land better this year with cash on hand than we did last year.
So the sky is not falling.
No, the sky's not falling.
Okay, just clarifying.
So to date, $5.4 million in a checking account. How much is in the reserves?
Roughly around 11.
Around $11 million in reserves. Does that include our investments?
Yes.
Okay, so there you go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Silber?
I would recommend, because all this council has to do, and you have to do it for the city. If you guys stay at the stalemate, you're driving a nail into the coffin of this city by not doing anything. You're saying you don't want the city to prosper. All you have to do is set the maximum, the most levy that you would approve. I would recommend that your motion be X number. I personally would like to see that start at 30%. As part of that motion, I would recommend that you direct staff to weekly at every committee of the whole meeting and every council meeting, give an update on how we are trimming the budget. City Manager C. Bennis said that in the past 2 weeks, your department heads have come in and shown ways that we can cut. Your department heads are willing to make sacrifices. These are the people that you have hired that you're supposed to be listening to. Give them an opportunity. In addition, make some suggestions. I know our city administrator has asked for your direction and has received none in the council meetings. Start giving her some direction of where these cuts should come from. I love this gentleman's comment of every single one of you present a budget. That's an excellent exercise. The other thing that I think we should do, my staff knows I maintain a book of dumb ideas that I would be embarrassed to bring before the city council as your park and rec director. It's probably time that we start looking at some things that I think are dumb. They may not be dumb. There are some things in there that may not be dumb, but I definitely don't want to support or do personally. But maybe it's time that we start doing that. Maybe, like Councilor Friedlib said, we need to start looking for different revenue sources. Our revenue sources are taxes, fines, and fees. Well, we just approved $116,000 of additional fees. I don't think we have too many more fines that we can add. That leaves us taxes. So we need to find other fees, other revenue projection things that we can do. And we have, I'll give us 2 months to do it. I would set the goal for the council by Thanksgiving to have something done, well before the Truth and Taxation meeting. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silber. Okay, we're gonna, we're gonna try to figure this out, okay? And we talk about all the solutions that we have, and those are all part of the budget discussions, and so, I mean, we have to set the levy. So if we don't get a motion on the floor in the next minute or so, that woman that stood up, she's going to come up and speak as well, so. Come on up. You stood up. Come on up. State your name for the record and welcome to the council meeting.
Brianna Coughlin, Mayor Cuffey.
Thank you.
Yeah, from the Iron Trail Motors Event Center.
Yes.
Not a homeowner in Virginia. Hope to be, though. Hope to buy my family's home. We've been here for a century. My grandpa was a founding partner in Trentee Law Firm on the school board, director of Norwest Bank, president of the Elks Club. We've been here for a long time, and I want to buy that house on Fifth Avenue. But this disheartens the heck out of me, honestly. To sit here and think that we're talking about, Councilor Paulson said, 415, I think, was the top yearly tax increase for somebody in their property taxes. I know street levies, the street assessments are terrible. I was a single mom homeowner right outside of Minneapolis. My taxes in 3 years increased by $1,500. And if you would have come to my door and asked me, do I want my neighbor to lose my job or do I want to pay that money? I'll pay the money. Because as a community, we're stronger with employed people. I'm sure we all remember from our college economics classes, the quickest way to drive a community into the ground is to have a large unemployed population. And that's what we're talking about here. What really, really disheartens me is the misinformation that's given. Now, we keep saying this is not a cut to police and fire. You're right, 20% is not a cut to police and fire. It's a hiring freeze, which ties their hands to getting the people, the staff that they need to serve this community. It's a hiring freeze. No, you're right, it's not a cut. We can play the game of semantics all day, but what it is, it's hand tying and handcuffing are essential first responders to hiring the people that they need. Now, going back to me buying this house on Fifth Avenue, my family's owned it for 60 years, and I want to buy it. And I could care less what the taxes are, because I want to be a resident of Virginia, Minnesota again. I couldn't be because the rental situation here is quite abysmal, but that's for another time. I was here for a year and couldn't live here anymore because my rental didn't have heat all winter. But again, different time, right? I would love to buy that house, and I could care less what the taxes are on that 4,000 square foot house on Fifth Avenue South. And I think it's really sad that we're sitting here talking about people becoming unemployed because somebody might have to pay on their $400,000 home a little bit more taxes. It's sad. These are your neighbors. These are the people that plow your streets. These are the people that make your ice at the Iron Trail Motors Event Center, which has come up a lot in topic. And to broach that subject, if anyone would like, I am the director of sales and marketing there, and I would love to give numbers, actual facts and figures instead of just how many people are booked. I can absolutely do that at any time. I can bring those figures, and I'm happy to do it. But to get at the heart of the matter, this town, I lived here from 1981 to 1999, and I'm back in 2022 till now. And I'm saddened by this. If we're laying off this many people and freezing hiring for essential core services, we need to reevaluate what we're cutting and what we're spending on. I am fine driving down a bumpy alley. That house on Fifth Avenue, that alley, I would ask anybody to drive down that and tell me there's a worse one in Virginia. I don't care if I have to drive down a bumpy alley if somebody has to keep their job for that. It's ridiculous. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about this, but these are people I work with and I care about very deeply. I can go get a job anywhere in sales. There are some people that can't do that. They're going to be sitting there without a job because somebody doesn't want to pay $400 more on their taxes a year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody want to make a motion to set a levy?
I will.
Okay, I'll do it. Oh, okay, Counselor Freely.
Well, our parameters were between 10% and 20%, all of which have failed. I'd say, let's try 19%. We need to pass one before the night is over. And I don't know where else we can go. I mean, where we've had the discussion so far, we're not going to get higher than that. 20's has already been rejected. So let's pare it down between what we gave directives to provide the information for. It was between 10 and 20. We failed at 20. How about 19? Thank you.
Motion by Counselor Freely and supported by Counselor Johnson to set the preliminary budget at 19%. Is there any further discussion? I think it needs to be higher, but I'm going to vote for it. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
No.
Okay, roll call, please, Pam.
Aaron Zelli. Yes. Huffy.
Yes.
Motley.
No.
Friedlieb.
Aye.
Paulson.
No.
Beyondich. Johnson.
Aye.
Motion fails, 4-3.
Can I just ask a quick question? Does everyone understand that this is just the top, that you can't go down from it?
We know that. yeah.
Okay.
We're aware. We're aware. You know, I guess normally I'm not at a loss for words, but I am at a loss for words. I don't know what to do. We have to come to a levy agreement. Setting it too low, yeah, we have to make a lot of cuts, blah, blah, blah. We have our staff taking care of all this stuff. Make a proposal, they work their butts off to get this done. They bring this between, what's going to cost, what the adverse effect is going to have on the services we provide and more, and we don't take any of those recommendations, so we make up our own. We can't pass that either. So, come on up. Thank you. Once again, your name, please, and welcome.
Amanda Metza, I'm here both as a citizen and as a labor rep for Local 454. And I'm not coming up to make long comments, but what I do want to say is that we continue to hear from counselors that they do not support any levy that would cut essential services, and in that they list police, fire, and ambulance. Plowing is an essential service.
It is.
And one of the things that I would note and that I see as going through this budget is the significant amount of overtime worked in our unit. And that includes for plowing. And sometimes that's unavoidable. We live in Minnesota. But sometimes that is due to already being understaffed. The 3 FTEs you're proposing cutting at ITMAC under the 20 and 15%, I believe, you can confirm this for me, are all FTEs that require a Class B. They are all employees who contribute to the plowing of this city as part of the licenses that they're required to hold. And you are cutting essential services under these proposals. And so I think it is misleading to sit and say to the citizens that we're not cutting, these essential items, because we are. And every proposal that's listed on the table impacts the public works that the city depends on and that police and fire do. Oh.
True. Okay.
I'd like to say
Mr.
something that's
Duranko.
been kind of on my mind for a while. Hi, I'm Scott Duranko, Union President of our local Union 454. There has been references made in past, tonight in fact, and also in past meetings, referencing and comparing us to Hibbing. Hibbing doesn't do the same thing that we do. And I'm not going to take this away from any employees from any other cities. The city of Virginia is the only city that does their own concrete work, does their own blacktopping, does everything. We don't hire any of that out. Every other city hires that out. Have they ever figured on the expense on doing something like that? I'll guarantee you it's a lot more than 1 or 2 employees. Hibbing plows their roads with 6 graders, which are brand new, at roughly $350,000 a piece, That's all they use to plow roads with, is 6 graders. We have 3 graders that just do the main route in Main Street. Now, let's add in all the sand trucks, let's add in everything else. We have more miles to plow than the city of Hibbing. They don't have Midway. They don't have the curling club. They don't have the cemetery. We have more miles to cover than the city of Hibbing. If we're going to compare, let's compare apples to apples, which we can't because there's no city equivalent to us. There really isn't. If you want to go on population, I get that. But unfortunately, city of Virginia is spread out through a large amount of areas. Okay, our employees are dedicated, and you've heard me say this 110 times over and over again. Have faith in your employees and believe in your employees, because they are the city of Virginia. There's been accusations made, and people have said something about that. We don't care about our job because we don't live in the city of Virginia. I did live here for 19 years, but when I moved, they didn't have land for me to buy a home where I have 14 acres. Okay? That's the thing. It's like, you need to believe in us, because we believe in you, you know? And it doesn't matter if I live here or not. I come to work just like everybody else does, and we put in 110% to get this job done. Period. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Councilor Beyondich.
And thank you. And I do appreciate everything everybody does. But I just have a question. When we, and I'm glad that we're having open discussion. I think I need to hear that. I need to hear from people. It helps me. So thank you, Scott, for what you said. My question is, when these percentages were proposed, and we have cut from the general fund budget. In fact, Mr. Christensen, when you spoke, it kind of rang a bell with me. These are just proposal. These are not something that is going to happen. So, I mean, thank you for open conversation from all of you. Because I keep looking at this, and I'm looking at the percentages, and I'm looking at the proposed cuts. There's really not a whole lot of difference in them. And that's, when he was speaking, I thought, okay, even if, let's take away that whole bottom part, because I think that's what's messing me up, is I look at, I don't want to see anybody lose a job. I mean, my husband's been through that. He's worked in the mines. I know what it feels like when somebody gets laid off and doesn't have a job. I've lived through that. So I get it. But it just came to my realization that these are, we keep saying public safety, hiring freeze, all of this. This is just kind of our guideline, am I correct? So when this isn't concrete. This is not what we have to do. These are just put here. So when we look at numbers, we're looking at numbers. I can't concentrate on this bottom part right now, because that can change. With what I'm hearing in conversation from others is, are there other ways to cut instead of staff? Am I correct? And I have to, for those of you who don't know me, it takes a long time for me to process. So the whole time we've been sitting here, I appreciate the conversation. I love the input, and that's what I want from people, because it helps me understand it a little bit better. That it's not, oh, one FTE from Public Works not filled. It doesn't have to be that. We can be creative on how we make cuts in the city. So, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm saying, please, I'm not looking and saying, oh, that's okay, we're gonna lay 3 people out. You people have lives. You have families here. So I get it. I really get it. And that's where I think if we can work and be creative, and having a meeting once a week, during this budget process, we get paid for special meetings. We actually get paid for this. So for me, during this whole budget process, I don't care how many hours I have to sit here, I don't want pay. I don't want anything. This is my job. I come to committee meetings, I go to my other committee meetings, and that's fine. When we're dealing with this budget, I don't care if I have to have 10 meetings a month or a week. We need to figure it out. And the only way for me to help figure this out is by conversation, open conversation with everybody. So I was quiet during the first half of the meeting because I have to take it in. I have to listen to what everybody's saying. And that's when the light bulb hit that this here, this isn't set in stone. There are other ways for us to work on a budget besides what's laid out in front of us. These are scenarios. It is very difficult to know that I'm looking at people, these are your jobs. I get it. Like I said, I've lived through it. My husband has been laid off from the mine. I know what it's like. I don't ever want to do that. But I like the open conversation, and as I told Mayor Cuffey last week, we may be here till midnight. But it's open conversation and trying to come to what works for everybody. That's where I'm at, and I've just kind of been quiet because I have to process things. This really threw me off, all of this. And if we can be creative in other ways, I'm okay with that. So sorry, long-winded. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Councilor Biondi. So let's set the levy high and work our way down. Just work our way down. If we set it at 10%, not a room there. I get it. I'd like to see it that way too, but that's the way it's been. 3.5%, 4%, 5%, 5.9%, all the way through, and we've had deficits. We had to cover costs. We had to transfer from our reserves to and from. We don't want to do that anymore. We don't want to lay off employees. Well, that might be, the only option we have based upon all the cuts we have to make. If it's at 10%, or if it's at 12%, or at 15%, we could still get there, but it gives us some more options to cut. So if we set it at 12%, you're limiting your ability to make some adjustments. That's where I'm coming from. Councilor Freely.
Pam, would you be able to read back to me, or all of us, what the rejected motions have been thus far? List them, please.
The first one was for 6.5 million. Second one, 28% increase. 20% increase. 10% motion failed. 30% motion failed. 19 motion failed.
So 6.5 million which equated to 22.7% failed, 28% failed, 10% failed, 20% failed, 19% failed, and 30% failed.
Correct.
Correct? Thank you.
So,
Britt? Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to state, please remember, we have to have the same vote in December at the Truth and Taxation meeting.
Of course.
So if we don't do our due diligence and bring it back down, you all can vote no again, and we start all over in December. This is not the final, this is the preliminary, and if you guys are not happy with the way we've gotten it down, and by December 12th, I think is the date, you vote no. That's.
Thank you. Councilor Freely?
it's, right now, we're between 10 and 19. Everything else above that's been rejected. Certainly nothing below that's going to be even proposed.
Well, we still have.
But I mean,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is anything above 19 has been rejected repeatedly already tonight. And for a supermajority vote, we need to have consensus of at least 5, supermajority, 5 out of 7.
That is correct.
And so how can it be anything higher than 19 at this point, if we've rejected 19 already?
Well, maybe some of the, some
Changing
of us,
heart?
some of us on the elected
Wanna
body might have
change
changed their
heart?
mind.
Well, I don't see 25 on the table yet. I suggest and I move that we set it at 25.
Support.
Council Freely makes a motion to set the preliminary budget level at 25%. It was supported by Councilor Johnson. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Freely.
Just to remind everybody, during this conversation, we said that this is preliminary, and we have further discussions as to whether or not any of these things that have been proposed need to have to be enacted. They don't. But we need to set the levy. Let's set the levy. That's what we're here for right now. We can't kick it around any longer. Again, we've discussed it ad nauseum. None of this is set in stone. We know that. But we need to set the levy at a level that we can come down from. 25.
The motion.
If we don't do that, I don't know what we're doing. And obviously, none of us know what we're doing. We need to set the levy. All of these discussions, again, are not set in stone. These proposals are not set in stone. And neither will this levy be. Keep that in mind. Nor will the levy be. And we have 3 months to discuss it even further. Let's get a supermajority vote to get this set so that we can move forward with what we need to do on behalf of the city of Virginia. It's got to be before midnight.
Okay, Councilor Freely moves to set the preliminary levy at 25%. It has been supported by Councilor Johnson. Looking for any additional discussion. Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed?
No.
Roll call, please, Pam.
Duffy,
Aye.
Motley,
No.
Friedlieb,
Aye.
Paulson,
No.
Beyondich, Johnson,
Aye.
Baranzelli.
Again, 4-3. Okay. I hate to, well, I don't hate to do this, but I'm going to ask those of you who voted no, do you have a suggestion as to what you would like to set the budget to be set at? I mean, if all the other ones have been rejected, does anyone else have an idea where you'd like to be moving forward? Councilor Paulson?
Thank you, Mayor. In light of the beginning that we were asked to consider 31.3, I do believe that we need to work really hard going forward, but I would make a motion to set the preliminary at 15%.
Okay. A motion by Councilor Paulson to set the preliminary levy at 15%. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Councilor Motley. Is there any further discussion? First you, Councilor Freely.
And the rationale for 15 would be?
Councilor Paulson, your motion.
I just stated what the rationale would be,
What? I missed it.
which was that the initial ask that we were asked to weigh in on a levy was 31.3%, and half of that is 15% approximately. And that's what we asked staff to do, a 10, a 12, a 15, and a 20. The above ones have been rejected, so I am at the 15.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moved and supported. Further discussion. Councilor Beyondich.
Thank you. Because my number originally was much lower, so I feel like I am moving up from where I started, where in what I had envisioned for myself. It was up. This is up from where it was. And I don't know if you consider that rationale or not.
Okay. It has been moved and supported to set the preliminary levy at 15%. Is there any further discussion?
If I could.
Please, Councilor Freely.
15%?
Yes.
Real quick, just so that we know what we're going to be discussing then, is we will be removing one full-time FTE from Public Works that's currently vacant, 3 FTEs from Iron Trail Motors Event Center, full-time equivalents, 2 casual library aides will be laid off. There'd be a hiring freeze at both the fire and the police department. There'd be no teen center repair allocation, no greenhouse repair allocation, no orchestra allocation, no allocation for cemetery, no economic development allocation, no dog park amenities, and 1 IT person, which we currently have posted for hire, would not be filled.
Correct. So, like I said, we discussed earlier, these are suggestions of what could be cut or what was suggested that might be cut as a result of this 50% levy. They may or may not be there by the end of December, but it's going to take a lot of work for us to determine how we replace those cuts with what's currently proposed here by our staff.
But I might add, if I
please.
could, if I may, that
Yeah,
that
please.
was recommended at the 15%. That's approximately what we'd have to reduce. By going higher than that, there'd be significantly less that we'd have to consider. But we could still consider all the rest of it in the event that we would lower that after those discussions. I think 15%, given what we've been proposed, is pretty heavy-handed at this point in time when we could be higher for further discussion. And maybe minimize those. The higher we go, the more opportunity we have for further discussions to minimize those and look at other strategies for increasing revenue, other sources of funding. That was the whole intent and purpose, to set a levy that we could discuss further, and it's preliminary for further discussion. This limits that discussion significantly based on recommendations of our staff. I'm concerned about that, so obviously, thank you.
And I am too, at 15%. Councilor Beyondich.
You. And I think that's why, for me, and you had me convinced when you said we can go out for other funding. We can look for other revenue sources to make up. And that's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. When you said that to me, it hit me like that. Yes, we can do that. So I'm okay with that. And like I said, I was leaning, and that's why I had to quit looking at this. When you put your glasses on to read this, that's why I had to say, that's not exactly what we have to do. That we have to make cuts maybe in other areas. Because that's what keeps throwing me, is we look at this list. This isn't set in stone. It's not, it's kind of like, it's a recommendation. Now it's up to us to figure out where can we do this without reducing that. And that's kind of been my hang-up, is I don't like to look at what this is proposed. I think we can come up with other things, and like you said, we can be searching out for further revenue. So, I mean, thank you for saying that to me, because where I was stuck before, I was stuck. I'm okay with this, so thank you.
And if I might respond?
Yeah, please, Councilor Freely.
And equally then, that same conversation could be had if we were at 25% or at 30%. That same conversation could be had because we don't have to stay there. But at 15%, it's a little more heavy-handed in terms of the discussion we're going to have. Much less room to move. Much more room to move if we set it higher. And that protects people, and it protects their jobs. And it protects our services that we are provided in the city, at least for conversation over the course of the next 3 months. The further down you restrict those conversations. That's what I'm saying. So I know what you're saying, but like, why not widen the conversation, give us the opportunity at the highest amount possible, or at least reasonable, and go from there? I don't know. I know it's a compromise, I understand, but it's too low for me to go, to start the conversation, or to continue the conversation.
Thank you, Counselor Freely. Counselor Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Counselor Friedley, for those words. I feel like we've gotten to a point now where we need to make a decision because it's 8:30 at night. But I have to agree, I don't like the constraints of not being able to have a discussion so that our staff are comfortable we're having a discussion. It feels like there's decisions already being made, but because you're all here, we don't want to have those discussions anymore. And as convenient as it would be to be supportive of 15%, I have to agree that it doesn't allow us to have a real conversation. And unfortunately, it's probably, I have heard from taxpayers as well. I have heard from people who live and work for the city in the city. And most of those people, if not all, are okay with paying their fair share, but they're more okay with us having a real conversation at a higher level and then working towards a resolution that is compromise. So I'm just, at the risk of prolonging this, I can't support the 15% because it does limit how we have a discussion about people's lives and the trajectory of the city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor Johnson. Counselor Beyondich?
Britt, I just have a question. So we set the levy, and we come to December, and if it's not agreed upon, what happens?
It reverts back to the original levy from 2022.
Correct.
And so it would be a 0% levy increase. And at 0%, then there's a lot of cuts that have to be made. It's automatically goes to zero. If we don't raise the levy, it stays at the level from the previous year, which is 0% levy increase
So does the budget.
for the general budget, yeah. Sherry?
At 15%, we cut quite a bit of capital to get it down to that proposed that you see on your sheet there. But that gives us 73%, 73.2% is labor and benefits in that general fund budget. When you cut capital, all that's left is labor and benefits. You will cut staff. Labor and benefits make up 73% of this 15% budget. We've already cut all the capital out of there because we just had an equipment bond. Cut it all. We skinnied it down. We have to keep the retirees' insurance in there at 1.1 million due to contracts. The rest is labor and benefits. 73% of your overall budget, your general fund budget that you're talking about now. That is the only thing that's left to cut. If you want to cut the operating fund, I mean, you really can't cut fuel, you can't cut, there is no equipment to cut. So that's what you're going to deal with.
Counselor Paulson?
Thank you, Mayor. So when I'm looking at the actual sheet, if you go to the 20% and then you go to the 15%, start from 20, go to the bottom where it says hiring freeze in the police department and go all the way across. It's the same 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines. It's the same 5 lines, whether it's 20% or whether it's 10%. Would you agree with that, Sherry? You've got 20%, it's one, these are just suggestions, these aren't things that have to happen, but am I not reading it correctly? One FTE from Public Works not filled, currently vacant. Follow that all the way across the line.
Correct.
And we have a possible not fill on another position in Public Works. There's a lot of variables that we can't discuss right here in a public meeting.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just looking at our chart, and let's stop at the 10%, because the 10% does change. So let's go across 20%, 15, and 12.
I'm just saying, you guys will end up cutting staff somewhere.
But even at that level of 20%, it's the same level of staff being cut.
There's more cut in 10%. In 10%, you have 3 more people
I'm taking
being
that
cut.
off the table, okay?
Okay.
Okay, that's what I just stated.
And then at 15%, you have one more full-time person being cut. At 12%, you have another full-time person being cut, so now we're up to 5.
Where did I see that?
Very bottom line. The number, at 15%, the IT person, because
Okay.
that was the most expensive one versus IT versus library clerk. Could be one of either.
But
could be-
the
I don't know which
IT
one.
is not, it's vacant.
Correct. I tried to find the least impact, except for the Iron Trail Memorial Event Center, because that is the biggest draw of the general fund. That's why I chose 3 from the Iron Trail Memorial Event Center, because that is taking out most of the general fund dollars.
Okay.
Everybody else, I try to find a way, working with department heads, to least impact current existing employees who are on our payroll. So we suggested that we cut the people that are open. We haven't filled any of these positions on purpose. I have all the applications in my office. I've notified everybody that I have to wait till the budget meeting's done, and then we'll talk about what we're going to do for staffing.
So the actual word layoff
Yes,
happens in which scenarios?
20%, because the Iron Trail Motors Event Center is the one that is taking from their general fund.
Correct.
And then once that happens, then layoff language from AFSCME goes into effect.
Correct.
So the casuals do have to go home. Anybody that's not working part-time that has ability to get benefits has to be laid off, which isn't just the casual at the library. There will be some casuals at the Iron Trail Motors Event Center that are going to be laid off because they haven't worked enough in the last few months.
So is there a scenario under 20% or under where that scenario would not happen?
No, it was the 31, like I mentioned in the last meeting, 31% keeps us exactly how we have.
Correct. And that is not acceptable to some
Correct.
people.
Completely understand. So that's why we were working on this scenario.
Correct.
So to say that 15% and we're not going to have to cut is not realistic. We're going to have to cut. That is going to happen.
And what I'm trying to understand is why the allocation to where I was trying to get at, no teen center repair allocation, which was actually in there twice at 10,000 and 10,000. So that's 20,000 right there.
Correct.
Now you've got no greenhouse repair allocation, no orchestra allocation, no allocation to cemeteries. Those should have been items moved to the top under all columns. Those should have been your first, basically cut the fat, not cut the staff items, in my opinion. Now the allocation to economic development, that's $50,000 that the city transfers into VITA. That's something that we can talk about.
That was cut.
That's part of that cut, correct. But it is not part of the cut in the 20%. Those items should have been the first items on the chopping block, not staff. So when I'm looking at this, I agree with Mr. Christensen, there's plenty of other ways to cut down. I cannot move forward in good conscience with anything above 15%. I cannot do that. I apologize. I work for the taxpayers. The taxpayers are who have contacted me stating that these rates they cannot afford. And maybe it's like you said, a different scenario, but the people that have contacted me are actually in tears about losing their home or having to sell their property because they are being priced out with the trifecta, which we described last night. They had the steam conversion, then they had the school tax levy, and then they had the property assessment that St. Louis County did last year. We have triple whammy. Now you add street assessments alongside whatever it is that we decide to do here. We have to understand what these tax implications are. Do I want to lose any employees? Absolutely not. That is not my heart. We need to look at line by line and pick it apart and say, what can we pull out of here? That's what we need to do. And maybe Sherry, you're saying that that can't be done unless it's staff people. Could we talk staggered hours? Could we talk maybe dropping a few hours here and there? Yes, they could apply for unemployment insurance, and the city still has to pay 2/3 of the workman's compensation. So we have maybe a 32-hour work week. There's so many things that can be on the table other than this black and white chart. And I appreciate this being put together, I really do, because it helped guide me. But these are not the exact things that we are enacting by setting a levy tonight. These are things for discussion going forward. And my tipping point, it's 12% was my tipping point. I am offering tonight in my motion up to 15% to at least start moving in the direction where I feel that we can get if we do the work and sit down together. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Paulson. Do we have a motion and a second on the floor for the 15%? We do. Further discussion? It's not enough. I get it. I get the same calls you do about the taxpayers. I had people come and knock on my door, scare the heck out of my family. I wasn't going to say that, but I'm going to say it now because people are frustrated. They're concerned. There's a lot of angst. There's anger. There's frustration. All those kind of things come into play. But at the same time, yes, the taxpayer is a concern. The service that we provide to the taxpayer. So what does the taxpayer want? So when the motion was on the floor for our staff to work toward what could be done as a suggestion about the 10, 12, 15, and 20%, that's what was provided. So we can't pick that apart. It's just part of the suggestion. And so when 73% of your general budget is salary and benefits, that's not unusual for public entities. So that limits what you can cut. Equipment, the rest of the thing is all contractual, all those things. So there's immediate things we can do, intermediate things we can do, and long-term things we can do, as Mr. Christensen had alluded to as part of our budget discussion. But I don't want any family to suffer as a result of this either. And I just don't think 15% is enough to set a preliminary budget. That's not a final one, because when it comes down to December 12th, when we have this hearing, we got to pass it on a 5-2 vote. And I'm anticipating what that's going to look like, what cuts are going to have to be made. And I have to concur that maybe this isn't exactly what's going to happen, but it appears as though staff is going to be cut under the 15% proposal. But it appears as though we're not going to get anything higher than that, because everything's failed so far. We can go 23, 24, 25, 26, 20, all the way down the line, and fail, on 4-3 vote. That's basically the trend that's been going on now. I don't like the 15%, but we have to set a levy somewhere, and we better make some significant decisions on how this affects our employees. Moved and supported. Any further discussion? Councilor Friedli.
Yeah, and I see where you're going, but I guess I'm of the mind that whether it was 15%, 20%, 25%, all of these things are going to be discussed regardless of where we set it. That's why it's a preliminary levy. It's preliminary. And so setting it to 15, like I said, brings those parameters much more narrow in terms of what we're going to consider, as opposed to keeping it wider at the beginning. I mean, that's kind of how I view it. All of these things that have been proposed to us at 10, 15, 20 are all going to be discussed, whether we set it at 25 or 10 or 15. So why not set it higher and pare down through those discussions to the appropriate level when we get there? That I don't understand why we haven't come to that conclusion yet, but we haven't.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Freely. So there's a motion on the, there's a motion on the floor to set the preliminary budget at 15%, moved and supported. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Roll call, please.
Motley,
Yes.
Friedlieb,
No.
Paulson,
Aye.
Beyondich, Johnson,
No.
Aaroncelli, Huffy,
No. Well, I know this is tough. And we'll be here for a long time until we come to an agreement. Well, come on up. Please turn the green light on, and please state your, please turn the green light on. Or button. Please state your name for the record and welcome.
Carolyn Tuttle. And I'm one of those people on a fixed income, and even less now because my husband passed away. Yet this town is so important to me. We were gone for 25 years, came back, and it's the best move we made, especially in light of what happened. Now, since I've been back, I've had the great joy of, well, maybe not such a joy, of having like the rescue people come to my house. Once for me and once when my husband passed away. And I appreciate the quality of service. I'm totally impressed. We've done I did a lot of volunteering here along with my husband and some of my friends. And I can't say enough good things about our fire department and our police department. They're top notch. I can also not say enough good things about our city workers. When they come down my street at 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning in the winter time, and my streets never looked so well. I lived in other towns. I have something to compare it to. And I think it's shameful that we would be thinking about laying off any of these people. As far as the poor Iron Trail Motors Event Center that seems to be like the sore spot, I think that's the best thing that happened since I came back here. This town needed that. The old miners was neglected. Couldn't go to a meeting in there because I got sick from the mold and the moisture in there. This is the best thing that happened. I'm thankful to all you people who work there. It's a beautiful place. You've kept it up. I'm sure you will continue to do so. But you start cutting, and then that beautiful gem is going to go down and down. And then you're going to lose people like Brian Silber, who I think is kind of beyond what a town this size gets. And I appreciate him. But the other thing I want to say is, frankly, I've been totally disgusted by this conversation. Yes, I don't want my taxes to go up. I'm on a fixed income. But the way some of you have handled it, and the way you have brought in people here, and a lot of times it's misinformation that they come in on, I think it's shameful. I think it's truly shameful. And I wish you would start appreciating more all these people. And like I said, I'm on a fixed income. I'm going to make this work. You're worried about dipping into your investments and stuff. I may have to do that someday, but I will do it for this town. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Carolyn. Okay. Bueller?
Mayor, as a point of the matter, if I may
Yeah,
bring up
please
something
do.
too. On September 11th, at our special meeting, the directive that was to direct city staff to present to the council proposal to review the 2024 levy at 10%, 12%, 15%, and 20%, and a proposal for staffing cuts. We prepared that, as asked, with, in addition of some things that we had gotten an email from a resident saying, here's some things you might want to look at cutting. The cemetery, the greenhouse, the whatever, so we included that. This is what we prepared, as
You
directed.
did. That's exactly, yeah, that's
It was
exactly.
not a decision that I wanted to make or that I have any, this is not me. I even asked at that meeting, where would you like me to cut? I asked it 3 times, and I never got an answer. You will figure it out. I tried to figure it out, the least impact I could to the citizens.
And that was our directive to you on September the 11th, yes. Okay. All right. So looking for another motion. We're going to be talking about staff, we're talking, everybody here can speak on behalf of what needs to be done, what they want to get done. The bottom line is the preliminary levy has to be set, and then we work on all those things. Sir, come on up. Would you please turn the light on and to the green, and please state your name for the record, and welcome to the meeting.
Good evening. My name is Mason Isaacson. I'm a fellow employee at the Public Works Garage, recently hired.
Okay.
I apologize. I have a little bit of a cold coming on, but I'm not too familiar with the whole process of getting the Iron Range Event Center. Did the city get any financial advisors to approve that we could afford the financial or the Iron Trail Event Center? How did they justify the project, the cost, how we're gonna pay it back? Was this thought of years ago when this was brought up as being a project? Eventually the city's gonna go broke and we're gonna have to lay people off?
Well, the project started in 2010, try to save the Miners Memorial Building. That couldn't happen. We couldn't get any money from the bonding bill in 2012, 2014, and 2016. And finally, we did get some bonding money from the state. We got a taxing, 1% sales tax also approved to pay for that building through a sales tax bond. That money doesn't come out of the general budget. It's the maintenance cost associated with that, and there's a loss associated with that. And the financial performer from Isaac Sports Group said you're going to be operating at a loss for 5 years. The reason we're operating at a loss, as indicated here already, is for 3 reasons. One, the fact that we don't have a hotel there yet. 2, we have an opportunity to, with the state of Minnesota, some guidelines that were established. We couldn't get some things with the state. But 3, we had a marketing director that we needed to hire. We had a contract marketing director. They started doing the marketing for us. They left. Then we had our staff do it until we could hire a marketing director. Then we hired a marketing director. It didn't work out. So the staff has to try to do some marketing as well. And now we finally have hired a marketing director that's making some progress in ensuring that we have some revenue stream coming into the Iron Trail Memorial Event Center. It takes a lot of work in which to do that. There's advertisements, but all those things have to be done. So we're behind the 8 ball there. But we're going to get there. The revenue stream is going to improve. It looks like it is already. But we're at a loss, and we're going to continue to operate a loss for 5 years. We're trying to cut that loss as much as we can, and we're behind the 8 ball. It's all about the revenue stream and the marketing. The building is being paid for. It's maintaining the building that's an issue. And so when we hired all these people to maintain the building, it's in the first one, now the second, now going on to the 3rd year of operation. You don't know. We don't have, in my opinion, we don't have the staff to cover the 2 concession stands during the big events. We don't have any of that kind of stuff. These are bargaining unit employees. They're not contract employees. And so there are certain guidelines we have to establish for that. So that was a long-winded answer for you, but yes, there was a financial performer. We had public meetings. We looked at the bond. We had bond counsel. We had all these things. We put all the ducks in a row. And it's not about the fact that we built it. It's not about the fact that we can't pay for it, because we do. It's how we improve and increase our revenue stream in order to pay for the maintenance and operations of that facility. And that is our challenge.
Was there talk about starting a levy ahead of time to get the ball rolling to pay for the event center and the maintenance, or is it just like, okay, now we got the building paid for, now how are we gonna pay to maintain it?
Well, we had a financial performer on how we generate the revenue to maintain the building. It's all about generating the revenue. And Counselor Paulson has some information. We contacted the Isaac Sports Group, and they did our financial performer for us. It wasn't unanticipated that we were going to have these losses in maintenance over the course of the first 5 years. When we tear down the Miners Memorial Building, and Sherry, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I know in the last few years of that, it might have been longer, that we were supplementing that Miners Memorial Building to the tune of about $900,000 or $1 million a year because we couldn't generate any revenue. The place was not habitable for the most part, structurally unsound, rated on a 0 to 5 scale in a state audit, not a financial audit, a building audit. We were from about 0 to 5, we were a half. Was in good shape. And at the time, the state of Minnesota and the bonding was finally funding these types of facilities. And we, with our lobbyists and with our staff, we went down to the legislature, testified, asked for money from bonding, and did receive bonding for that. 9.5, was it 9.5, 11.5, 12 million. So, from the state bonding bill. So it's there. We just have to increase the revenue streams. And you'll see that heard the presentation, I think, from Brian Silver, Park Rec Director, from Brianna Coughlin, our marketing manager. We're moving toward there. We're getting all the advertising signs that are going to go in there and all those kind of things. We're going to get there. We're behind because we don't have the hotel, because we didn't have a strong marketing program that we have now. So those kind of things are mechanisms that are currently in place to help improve the revenue stream at the Iron Trail Motors Event Center.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Mayor, if I may.
I'm sorry, Counselor Paulson.
Thank you.
And then you can come up. Counselor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to respond, and I just haven't had a chance to forward these emails from the owner of Isaac Sports Group, Stuart Isaac. And he was able to pull forward the pro formas. This is dated November 13th of 2019. Now, the projection costs at that point were only at new construction. It says $20,195,000, amortized over 20 years at 3.63%. I think we ended up at about a landed cost of 41 million on that building.
Yes.
Again, amortized, I'm not sure if the interest rate was the same, but we had Bond A and Bond B on that building. And according to, so I will email this, but we do have this, staff has this spreadsheet document from a while back. And I guess part of what I've been trying to ascertain is how did we hit the mark wrong? How did this happen that we're far under budget? Part of that is, I think, budget projections for performance, for the ballroom performance, for the ice arena, and then as well as staff. So just as an example, in year 2, Isaac Sports Group pro forma, I believe, are we in year 2 of operation in that building, or are we now in year 3?
You're starting year 3.
Okay, just starting year 3. So let's take year 2, which should have been 2022. Their projected staff operational expense, or I guess staff expense, was $642,000. In the year 2022, our actual budget, I believe, was $1.017 million. So we, right from the get-go, and we need to probably pull Isaac Group back and have them kind of discuss each section of the Iron Trail Motors Event Center specifically. But we had some really heavy, and I think Brian and I had talked about this very at the beginning of the 2023 budget setting regarding, or it would have been maybe 23, about the $500,000 ballroom projection to hit that sales number. It was a very high number. So when you take those those projected revenues that were in the budget for 2023, and we're underperforming, not saying that in a bad way against any employee, but it was just, we missed the mark on the projection. Now you take that and you add it up, you add it into the deficit that we are currently in, so that makes a double deficit, if that makes sense to you. And just for clarification, when everybody says we knew that that building would be in a deficit, on year 2, Isaac Sports Group, so they were actually even predicting we may not quite make it with our tax revenue collection, but what they did predict in their model was a net operational deficit in year, so it goes all the way, we said we're going to be in a deficit maybe up to 7 years, but say year 2, of only $267,000 that we should be in an operational deficit in that building. So when I see the experts and the gentleman that drafted this, he was, and we can share that with, I think staff has all that information anyway, but he was in charge of the whole entire University of Minnesota campus, athletic campus, and how that cash flowed and how that management went. So I feel that in order for us to help, we need to use this spreadsheet as a tool. And the owner was actually surprised that we have not been using this as honestly, like our comprehensive plan, as a living, breathing document that we should be putting those weekly or monthly financials in there to see, and I don't mean to specifically pick on the Iron Trail Motors Event Center, but I kind of wanted to address, how did we get here? And I think that we just maybe missed some of the marks of projections. And then maybe some of the costs have been a little bit more expensive. And those are things I think we can have excellent conversations about going forward, how to increase revenue, how to maybe decrease some spending. And Isaac Sports Group said they would be happy to come forward and assist us in that projection process. So I think that that's something I would like to discuss going forward. But I just wanted to address that portion of when everybody says, yeah, that building was going to operate in a deficit, what they have here from the November 2019 pro forma projection deficit was operationally that building would, and I don't want to use that lightly, Sherry, when you say don't use 400 and some thousand lightly, but only $267,000 in an operational deficit, not in a building deficit. So I think that that's where we've gotten pretty far upside down, and we really do need to do some work in that area. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Paulson. Okay. We're talking about some of the things that we have to look at moving down the line for the budget. All the things we can look at for cut, bringing somebody in, trying to improve our financial performance, all those things are part of our budget discussion. Between the time we set the levy, the preliminary levy, and the time we have to have the final levy, which is scheduled for December 12th, 6:01 p.m. And then we have to finalize it. If we can't come to an agreement now on a levy, if we push something through, what's going to happen on December 12th? After we make all these adjustments and once we make our decisions and whatever we're going to do and how it's going to affect people, services, or whatever the case may be, when it gets down to the ballot on December 12th, we better be able to pass a budget levy, whatever that might be. And I don't like to raise it really high either. I had talked to councilors about it, and I was ready to be at the 12%, but looking at all, the documents and what we need to be cutting and all those things that are suggested, it's a working document, we're going to get there, but I still agree that we need to set the levy high and then work our way down from there because it gives us some latitude. At 73% of our total budget, generated operating budget in salary and benefits, there's things that there's limited amount of things that we can cut. Equipment, services in the short term, and then, all our labor costs were all represented by a bargain unit, and those have to be negotiated. So when you talk about salaries, I can't believe this person makes this kind of money, that person makes that kind of money. Well, you know, they're all negotiated. And there is a group out there, again, I'm going to point it out, I don't know where they're at, they were here earlier, that they want cuts, want all the staff to get cut, their salaries get cut, they want to lay off a bunch of people, they want us to fire our city administrator and our city finance director out of an emotional response to a budget that we should be able to pull under control. Some want to get rid of the fire department and the ambulance service, and said so to me, coming to me, it actually be twice, not only in my office, but on the street. You can't fund them anymore. Well, if that's what the people want, we certainly would provide that. But what is our city going to look like? What is our city going to look like? Yogi Berra said, when you come to the fork in the road, you take it. For 20-some years, we did nothing in this city for those kind of economic development. Look what we've done over the course of the last 7 or 8 years. I start trying to make some improvements in Virginia. You can't just not take the fork in the road. You can't just sit there and do nothing. And we have to do something. We have to make a decision. We made hard decisions before, but we can't make a simple decision about setting a preliminary budget levy. I'm embarrassed by that. We have to do it. Councilor Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I'm not embarrassed that we're having conversations that we need to have. This is extremely important. These are extremely important financial conversations, and we do need to have them, and I'm not embarrassed that I'm choosing to have them.
No, that's not what I said.
It's embarrassing is what you said.
What's embarrassing to me is we can't make a decision on the levy. That's what's embarrassing to me.
And some of
Not
us
the
come-
conversation, not anything else, about this budget levy. We have to set it, and we haven't, and I'm embarrassed that we haven't done so. That's the embarrassment part of it. Thank you.
And I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that, and what I was going to say before you spoke, when you said that, I was going to move to 16%.
Okay, Councilor Paulson makes a motion to move the budget levy, set the budget levy at 16%. Is there support?
I'll support for discussion.
Support by Councilor Motley for discussion. Further discussion, Councilor Motley.
I just, in all open and transparent, I didn't want to go above 10%. Okay, and I have moved up to 12 or where we were at, 15. So I have come up. And that's where I'm at right now. And I truly am not comfortable with any higher. I was not comfortable at 15, and 16 is absolutely pushing it. I will not support anything higher than 16%. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Motley. So it has been moved and supported to set the preliminary budget levy at 16%. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Roll call, please.
Friedlieb,
No.
Paulson,
Aye.
Yondich, Johnson. Nope. Baranzelli. No. Duffy,
No.
Motley.
Yes.
Same vote. 4-3 does not pass. Well, might as well just keep making motions. They pass, they fail. So, and I appreciate everybody's position. So we were at, so 60% has not passed. So 6.5 million, 28%, 25%, 10%, 20%, 19%, 30%, and 16% has not passed. And 15%. Been a 15%er? Yeah, there has been. Okay, you don't have to. And a 15%. Why not? Come on up. Please state your name for the record, sir, and welcome.
Dave Hanson, I'm a retired ASME worker, and I got a couple things to say. First of all, Gary, you said about taking that 3.3 million for the alley that they were gonna get. I says, that is the stupidest idea of cutting that. I says, because you walk down the alleys, you got holes in them that are going down 10 feet. I says, you gotta get the alleys fit. The other thing is, I says, I worked for 30 years at ASME, $5 million budget a year, and I tell you what, it sucks. I know it does. I don't want to pay 31% taxes, but you got to do it. The other thing is, I mean, in the words of my immortal father, my dear departed father, shit or get off the pot. I says, I know we had the discussion, Maya, but you have to set a budget. If you set it at 31%, you don't know if you're not going to end up at 12. You know, I mean, you don't know that. I don't want to pay them, but you got to do something.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. All right, I'm gonna welcome.
Hi,
Please state your name for the record,
Bobby Hendricks.
and then we're gonna take, we're gonna have to take a break. Otherwise, could be trouble on the Eastern Front. Welcome.
I'm a city employee. I work at the ITMEC, and I also live in the city. So I'm like everybody else. I don't want to see taxes go up. Nobody does. But I don't want to lose a job either. So, I mean, I'm at that staying point here. But I bought a house 5 years ago, and my rates have gone up. I mean, you know, they keep going up. And that's just, I need a job, though, to afford my house. So I'm with everybody else. I've heard lots of great people speak. I've heard all of you speak. And I don't want to be in your position. I mean, how'd you get here? I don't know. I mean, I've only been here for 5 years. I've rented beforehand. I love my house. I want to keep my house. I want to keep my job. I work with wonderful people. I started out at the ITMEC shortly after they opened. I started out as part-time. Then I went to parking monitor, one of the most hated positions in the city. Then I was fortunate to get a full-time job at the ITMEC. And I live right across from the ITMEC. I can walk to work. How blessed am I? I mean, that's just great. But I don't want to see any of my coworkers lose their job. I invite all of you, if you have not come to the ITMEC, tour the facility, walk around with us, work with us just a little while, see what we do there, please. I beg of you, just walk with us just for a little while and see how amazing that facility is. See what a great job we do with ice. Come during a hockey game, come during like a wedding, come during an event. See what we do to, you know, to prep for the event, to clean up after the event. See how much work we put into it. I mean, I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but we put a lot of effort, time, energy, blood, sweat into that place. Our walkers will testament to it. We keep it clean. It smells great, even after a hockey game. We try hard. But we've kept it clean. And if there's any other way you can do, not to eliminate staff, is if you're talking about 3 or 4 eliminations, that's pretty much half. I don't know how we're going to do it. It's hard right now with that big of a facility when I work a 10-hour shift to keep it clean myself and to keep on top of it, especially with cold and flu season. It's hard, you know, and I don't want to see anyone else lose their job. Right? So please come and tour the facility. I would love for you to walk around with me. I'm custodial, so you don't have to clean the toilet. But yeah, I'm a single parent. I know the struggles. I've been a single parent for a very long time. So I've worked 2 or 3 jobs. I don't want to see an increase of 31%, but if that's what it takes to not have my coworkers lose their job, because I love working with every one of them.
Thank you. Okay. We're going to have to take a break here. We do.
Stop.
Should have
Can
been,
I
all-
just respond?
I'm sorry,
Could I
uh,
respond real quick?
yeah, please, Counselor Beyondich, and we'll take 5 minutes.
Thank you. And I thank everybody. I have been there, I have walked. Nobody there really knew who I was. And it was great for me to observe because people didn't know me. And I observed how hard they worked. And I actually would stop them and say, thank you. Just from, I walked with my husband, cap on, grubby clothes, and I watched them hustle back and forth. So I do know how hard you work. I've been to events and asked for special favors for my elderly friend that needed, I couldn't walk her to her car, could staff please walk her discreetly? Fantastic. Everybody there, I have been there, I've observed it, it's fantastic. So thank you for what you do.
Okay, let's take 5 minutes, please. Well, let's come back at 9:30. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Let's have a seat, if you would, please, and we'll reconvene. Thank you very much. Okay.
I don't want to, I want to make sure I see it Friday.
Okay, thank you, everybody. If you could please be seated, and we'll get back and reconvene this part of the city council meeting. Now, if we get this levy set, we still have a bunch of, some items on the agenda we still have to complete, so we'll be here after everybody leaves, most likely, unless you want to stick around for the rest of the agenda. So, let's try this one more time. You just said a budget levy preliminary. So looking for a motion or any ideas, or so we can get off center here, so we can get into an agreement, a consensus at least, to begin the budget talks by setting the preliminary budget levy. Counselor Paulson?
Thank you, Mayor. So let's just go over this, if you don't mind, Britt. Okay. On the first column, it's at 20%. Sorry, I gotta scroll up and down. 20%, 15. Okay, let's just focus on those two columns at this point. Anything 20% or higher is not going to have any cuts at all. Is that correct? Or you didn't have to figure that out, so that's not in the chart. So between 20 and 15%, what is the difference in the cuts?
Like,
In terms of, let's say, employee staffing cuts.
it's about $200,000.
And a lot of those were, again, the teen center, greenhouse, orchestra, economic development, dog park, and then not filling an IT slot.
Correct.
But otherwise, those two, 20% and 15% mirror each other.
The point of the hiring freeze in the police department.
That's correct. Okay. So I just wanted to start a conversation with, regardless of where we're going to end up with, if we go anywhere 20% or under, we're still looking at cuts regardless.
Right.
And
Like
so
you- and
I
like you
think,
did mention, at the 20%, we could play with that a little bit. Instead of cutting people, we could do some of those cuts to the greenhouse and to the whatever, we can.
so I think we need to be realistic about that number, is what I'm saying. So you're saying, let's go to 30, but if we come back down to 20, you're going to have people, we're going to be dealing with cuts at Christmas time.
Right.
So I'm trying to understand, what are we doing here? Regardless, those lines are the same. You're still cutting the same. So you either stay above 20 and set the levy for the taxpayers above 20% to keep everybody, or those numbers, according to staff recommendations, are going to happen off the top anyway. 20% or under. Am I correct in my thought process?
Yes, the dollar amount, that's the dollar amount.
And by
The change, yes.
by people saying we're not being flexible or whatever, the reality is, at 20% or less, employees are going to be cut.
It's just how many, yes.
It's just a matter of how many. And do we want to do this now and have a realistic number and a realistic conversation? Or do we want to wait till December 12th, till right before Christmas, to make a decision that, I'm sorry, we've had conversations, but we need to go to 18%, or we need to go just under 20%. At 20%, those are the numbers. So is anyone following what I am trying to say here? Regardless, if we do this now and have this hard decision tonight, or we kick it down the road, any levy amount above 20% is going to put those 3 layers of brackets of employees in the same bracket, whether it's 10%, 12%. It goes down further cuts, I understand that. But the 3 lines are identically the same. Except when you go to the 10%, then you add another 1 FTE from the Iron Trail Motors Event Center. So I'm just trying to understand, what are we doing? Anything under 20%, we're going to have issues with having to make some very difficult decisions. I'd like to start with cutting the fat first, and not cutting staff and not cutting employees, and maybe talking about benefits, and maybe I shouldn't be bringing that forward. But I mean, I'm trying to get here. I'm also trying to understand and listen to those people who have come to me and have said, I cannot afford to have my taxes increased. And there really and truly are people out there, it is not misinformation, that have come to me, and maybe others, that cannot afford this. So how do we work together on a solution? I am trying to be flexible, but the reality is, any percentage from 20% down, you're still going to have those 3 layers of recommended cuts. So could somebody help explain this to me? Why we should, I mean, you want to go the full 30%, and if that's not where we can do the levy feasibly and we work and we work and we work and we have all these meetings and we still come down to 20% or less, it's still the same numbers. It's still the same layers of 3 layers of cuts. So could somebody help me understand this?
Well, how are we gonna get there?
We're going to have to work at how we get there.
I agree.
However, if we're being realistic about setting some sort of a number this evening, any number above 20% is going to be the number where nothing is necessarily going to be cut staff-wise. Below 20%, it appears that that's the threshold. So if we work and we work and we work towards getting this levy down in a manageable percentage number, the minute we step over the threshold of 20%, you're cutting staff, and at Christmas time. So I need to know where we're at here and what are we actually doing, because if we cross that threshold, no matter if it's tonight or after we've had tons of meetings, the minute that threshold is crossed, you're talking staff cuts. Thank you.
And we're talking about staff cuts as recommended right now. So we just have to finalize the levy on December the 12th. We can come to that decision or conclusion after all these discussions, because we're going to have those discussions about it. So we just need to set the preliminary levy. That's all we have to do. And then we work toward those goals and objectives that you just outlined. We have to come to an agreement. Councilor Freely,
I guess I'm just looking, again, and I'll repeat myself.
and then Councilor Johnson.
Setting a levy is essentially collecting community resources so that we can continue to have the services provided to us in the city of Virginia. Yes, there will be an increase in people's taxes. For some, however, in this town, the reality is those increases will be unnoticeable. They really will be. For others, it'll be affordable. For some, it'll be burdensome. And some who call you, it will be cost prohibitive. But 3/4 of the people that I just mentioned will be able to contribute without feeling as much pain. And that's why I would suggest, at the very least, I'll make a motion that we set the levy at 21% and pool our resources and have the tough conversations we need to have about all these proposals to pare it down to what will be in the best interest of the city. Do I have support?
Is there, the motion on the floor from Councilor Freely was to set the preliminary budget at 21%. supported by
I will
Counselor
support.
Johnson. Further discussion, Counselor Johnson, and then over to Counselor Paulson.
Mayor, I will support this. I was going to say I will support for discussion, but you already. I think we need to get here, but we need to get here sooner than later. Because if we are talking cuts, like, that's, I want to cut the fat first. And I think that that's, for somebody who said no counselor has done anything, I have met with Britt and Sherry several times, and one time for at least, I think, almost 2 hours. And I take this very seriously, but I guess we can work down from the 21%. At 21%, that is essentially not tapping any staff. Is that correct? Tentatively.
Yes.
But if you take the other items, the no teen center repair, no greenhouse, no orchestra, no allocation to cemeteries, no economic development, not filling the IT person, you could make up that difference pretty quickly. So I feel like we can get there, but I still, if we can get there by squeezing it even that much more without touching staff, and maybe talking about benefits. I mean, maybe that is something that we need to talk about. But I'm willing to have that conversation, and I am willing to support at 21%. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor Paulson. So it has been moved and supported to set the preliminary budget levy at 21%. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Roll call, please, Pam.
Paulson,
Aye.
Beyondich, Johnson,
Aye.
Aaronzelli, Huffy,
Aye.
Motley,
No.
Friedli.
Motion passes 6-1 to set the preliminary levy at 21%. Next item on the agenda, Britt.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is set the Truth and Taxation meeting for Tuesday, December 12th, 2023.
So moved.
Moved by Counselor Johnson and supported by Counselor Beyondich to set the Truth and Taxation meeting for Tuesday, December 12th, 2023 at 6:01 PM here in City Hall. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Item S is direct city staff to send a letter to the current tenant of the Golf Course Restaurant to sever the lease agreement as per contract language.
So moved.
Move to approve by Counselor Johnson. Is there support?
Support.
By Counselor Paulson. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
It was moved and supported to adopt the resolution to apply for and accept funds from the Virginia Community Foundation for new flags and additional security camera at the Alcott Fountain.
Move to approve by Counselor Friedli. Is there support? I'll support. By Counselor Mayor Cuffey. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
I will abstain,
I'm
please.
sorry, Counselor Beyondich.
Abstain.
Okay, motion carries 6 with 1 abstention. Thank you.
And then the final item from that meeting was a motion to direct city staff to find a solution to issues at the Alcott Park regarding vehicle lights affecting adjacent residents and parking within the park.
So moved.
Moved by Counselor Paulson. Is there support?
Support.
By Counselor Motley. Further discussion? If you don't mind, Counselor Paulson, when you have a couple of minutes sometime this week or whatever, I'd like to drive, I went up and down the park. I couldn't figure out how those lights shine into the thing, so I'd like to figure that out.
Mayor, I've been driving by and I've been taking pictures,
Okay,
and I
good.
have headlights pointing at the residents. So it is happening.
Coming around coming in the park?
Parking.
Oh, parking. Oh, I get you. Okay, thank you.
They pull
Then.
off to the side
Oh.
and they park and they sit in their car. They don't turn their car
Oh,
off.
okay.
And the lights are pointing right in his
I am on your frequency.
So that's what's happening
I see, okay,
in
thank
the
you.
review mirror. Thank
So
you, Mayor.
moved and supported, is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries.
No further items from that meeting.
Thank you. Commission liaison reports, anyone have one? Counselor Motley?
Very short and sweet. Public Utilities yesterday, they're approving the sale of wood boiler parts to the Hibbing Public Utilities. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other commission liaison reports? Department head reports. Anything more, Britt?
Yes, we had the assessment hearing, the final assessment hearing for the 2021 street project yesterday. However, we did notice on late Friday afternoon that the 8th Avenue notices were incorrect, so we have to redo the hearing for the people specifically on 8th Avenue. They've all been sent new notices, but anybody that's affected by that street project can certainly come to the hearing on October 10th at 5 o'clock.
Okay, we don't need a motion for that?
Do.
Looking for a motion to set another assessment hearing for October 10th at 5 o'clock here in the council chambers.
So moved.
Moved by Counselor Beyondich and supported by Counselor Johnson. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries. Anything, Jenny, from you? Thank you very much. Sherry?
Yes, I just want to thank you all. It's been hard. But thank you. Thank you who stayed and who stayed through all of this. I appreciate it. And we'll get the budget done.
Thank you. Pam? Thank you. Okay, council reports. Any councilor have a report they'd like to give? Councilor Beyondich?
I don't have a report, but I would like to thank all my fellow counselors and staff. This was a long meeting. I appreciated all the input. I know we had a lot of staff in the audience, and I had stated earlier, this is how I learn. It may take a long time, but we'll get it done. And we will be working on this, this budget. Okay, thank you.
I vow this will be on every agenda from now until the truth in taxation. We will be talking about budget at all committee of the wholes and all council meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Beyondich. I have a couple of things I'd like to report. The uninterrupted Morty's Vince Center, which got kind of beat up a little bit, and scrutinized, which, we have to do with all our issues. They have been nominated for a large business award through the Laurentian Chamber. There is a event on the 29th at the Fortune Bay Resort and Casino. We need to have a couple of them there to, in case they get the reward, or at least to be recognized as nominees, and we'd like to send a couple people there. So I'm looking for council permission to allow these two city staff from the Iron Terminals Event Center to attend the Laurentian Chamber event up at Fortune Bay at no cost to the city, and to make in that motion, to accept a donation to pay for two people to go to that event.
So moved.
Councilor Beyondich moves to approve. Is there support? By Councilor Motley. Is there any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, motion carries. Wednesday night, Britt and I and maybe Matt Reed and staff are going to be presenting our priority for bonding to the bonding tour for the House of Representatives. It'll be 5:30 p.m., 5:45 at the Mesaba Community College. So we did the same thing at the Senate a couple weeks back, and we'll do the same at the House of Representatives as well. So just to let you know, we'll be giving testimony on those, the legislative priority for bonding. Okay, anything else to come before the council this evening? Again, I would echo Councilor Beyondich's comments. I want to thank the staff for all the hard work they've done. There was a direction by this elected body to put together this 10, 12, 15, and 20% with some recommended adjustments that have to be made to the general levy budget to accomplish that without you touching our budget reserves or our investments. So it was a lot of hard work. We talked about it a lot. And so I want to say thanks to all the council for having the professional decorum to work through this and set a preliminary budget levy. So a lot of hard work for us to do moving forward. So we look forward to working together to accomplish that goal and objective. So thank you, everybody, for everything you've done tonight. It was the longest meeting I've ever been attended in. But so anybody in the audience who's still listening at home, you're welcome to call anytime. Stop by my office. And I think all the counselors are available. Staff have any questions for it. But I would ask you, please do not come to my house at night and knock on the door and demand to speak to the mayor and scare the heck out of my family. There's other mechanisms in place in which to do that. So let's maintain a professional decorum. Let's remain calm. Let's discuss this, in an appropriate manner. So thank you, everybody. We'll stand adjourned. It is at 10:50 a.m. p.m. Thank you. We stand adjourned. Thank you.